Top of the morning, traders, and happy Wednesday, October 22nd. And welcome to the Most Value Pack Live Trading Show, where we live trade, breakdown charts, cover impact events, and talk trader mindset. We're about 5 seconds up from the open. Let this thing open up, and we're going to get our show started. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Make sure to like the video on YouTube, and we're officially open. We're officially open. Happy Wednesday, October 22nd. So we're officially open. Let's get that opening price, and then we'll be good to go. Let's get that opening price. We're good to go. Gap update. Thank you for the gap update. Always on point with the gap updates, Elian, so we truly appreciate it. So look how close we're opening to prior day close. Okay, look how close we're opening to prior day close. Again, the magnet. So yesterday you guys learned about the magnet, right? It's not a setup, it's not anything, but it's just a price profile. What is likely to happen if we see that back and forth. We have no catalyst, nothing to chew on. Last week we had a catalyst, the tariffs. We're selling off here. Give me 1 second here. Okay, let's get that daily. Okay. Pretty nice sell off there to kick things off. 671.99. We're seeing a nice push on the VIX. 671.99, is that open? Okay, they just decided to dump this thing off the open. All right, let's see. Let's see where this leads us to. PML is at 670.69. So interestingly enough, this PML coincides with the prior PML as well. So this is PML from a few days ago, along with PML today. So it's a little stronger than usual. A little stronger than usual. So we're below prior day close. Q's dumping here. We're starting to see the VIX tick to the upside. VIX ticking to the upside. Good morning everyone on YouTube. Make sure to like the video. Make sure to subscribe. Okay, we're coming into that PML. Absolutely. Let me know what you guys are looking to trade. How many trades? Put a cap on it. What's your number? Always good to know. It's almost like going to the grocery store. You want to have a list, or you want to have a list. I'm going to get XYZ items. I'm going to get two cartons of eggs. I'm going to get 2 milks, 1 milk. All right, so how many trades, how many purchases are you looking to make in the market? How many purchases are you looking to make in the market? Was it 1 trade? Is it 3 trades, 5 trades? Right, everyone has different lists. So my list is basically 3 to 5. 3 to 5, I can throw a wild card in there, right? 3 to 5 is what I'm looking for. 3 to 5 quality setups. Coming to that PML. We're below that daily open. Good morning, good morning. So put in the chat how many trades. BYD, since that's a meme. BYD, since it's going crazy. All right, so you can see BYD. And the option IV is probably through the roof on BYD. 1 to 2 trades finished right yesterday, so today I don't want to rush, but we'll be there if quality. Absolutely. So right off the open, we're starting to see a nice push to the downside. VIX is working its way back above 18, trying to get into 1850. It's above 18 now. We're at PML at the current moment, so nice little slide to PML. Nice little slide into PML. See if we get some sort of response. We do have this zone here as well. Area I'm looking to get active is here. You guys remember this zone from yesterday. Same zone, same bounce zone that we discussed in the game plan. Again, with the bounces, with the rejections, we're seeing a nice push. Look at the VIX, guys. VIX just spiked. VIX just spiked. Nice spike on the VIX. Nice spike on the VIX. How is the IV looking? IV still 20, slightly elevated. And let me go check the schedule, the White House schedule. Let's see what the president will be speaking today. PML test. Below PML. We can go hammer here. I'll take it to the upside. I like how the VIX is starting to, it showed its hand to sell off, but it looks like it's continuing to dump. I want the VIX to get back below 1870. In the meantime, VIX is starting to see a spike. Everything is falling off a cliff. Everything is falling off a cliff.
On everything, I don't know why people.
If the VIX ticks to the downside, this 5-minute candle goes hammer. Okay, we'll have it on watch. Okay, this thing's pushing back the upside. See if we can hold. Hold, hold, hold. I want to hold. I like how the VIX is starting to push back the downside. Of course, we're below the VWAP, we're below the waves, we're below a bunch of things. I like if we can continue to crawl into that 670, 670, I'll look to be interested. Orb Army, continue to be patient, continue to wait. We do have a nice little sell block here on the 1. That might present a nice little opportunity. Okay, we're back to the upside. Okay, if the VIX continues to pump, I need some sort of accumulation breakdown. Right, I want some sort of accumulation breakdown. Meaning, just a flag. Big spike on the VIX. Okay, so the first 10 minutes market open, we're seeing a nice sell. Sellers are in control. VIX continues to climb. Real number on the VIX is 19. Can we get above 19? If we can, it's going to further support that nice little slide. All right, all the indexes pushing to the downside. So look, all the indexes are below PML. What I mean by that, look at the Dow's are below PML. Qs are below PML. So we're seeing synchronized selling. Synchronized selling. So if they all get back above PML, that could be a nice little bounce. I want to see how this 5-minute candle shapes up. I want to see how this 5-minute candle shapes up. Good morning, Nico. Good morning, Mixon. Good morning, good morning, good morning. If you're a first-time viewer, let us know where you're joining from. Long-time viewers, link in the description to join our Discord. We went over the game plan in detail for SPY, what my expectations are, what the levels are, what to look out for. So now it's just a matter of implementing the game plan. Implementing the game plan or calling audibles if the game plan gets thrown out the window. As of now, the game plan is intact. As of now, game plan is intact, so no audibles. Okay, so no audibles. We're bouncing off of that PML. I like how the VIX is pulling back the downside. You can see the PML is right over there. Okay, VWAP right there as well. Let's see if all these names can wick back, if the Qs can wick back above PML. If they can wick back above PML. Okay. So nice bounce off PML. Nice little bounce off PML. Now we're testing VWAP here. I like how the Qs are reclaiming PML. can come into the jaws of that buy block. I did like this hammer, right? I did like this hammer. Okay, look at the cues. Look at the wick on the cues on the 15. Look at the wick on the cues on the 15. So let's see if this thing can pull back slightly. We're basically trading at 50% retrace to the daily and prior day close. 50% retrace to the daily prior day close. And this thing has gone to the other side. We're back above VWAP. I'm interested to see what takes place at the zone. Okay, back above 50% retrace on RTY on the hourly. Nice recovery on the Qs. Dow has yet to recover. We can dip into here. How wide is that? Might be a little wide. So I wanted to come grab these lows. All right, my zone is down here. This green box here is there. I'm looking to get active. Orb, 3 minutes, 3 to 4 minutes. 3 to 4 minutes here on the orb. See if we can fall back below the VWAP, back below 671.12. To potentially slide back to the downside. Okay, Qs are continuing to aggressively wick. Look at the wick on the Qs. Look at the wick on the SPY. You see the wick on SPY on the 15? Look how aggressively it's wicking. Came right to support. Came right to support. And right to support. So came right to that bounce. Bounce zone, 670, 670.50. Dipped into it, out of here. And now it's climbing to the upside using this nice little trend line we're seeing. And now we're kind of in the middle, right? Kind of in the middle. In the middle, it's a riddle. This can be very important. I want to make this nice and bold. And I want to see how we interact with that daily open. So initial sell off, first 5 minute candle. Next 5 minute candle, we're seeing a bounce. So let's see if we can string together. We know the rule, like 15 minutes of 3 5 minute candles. If we get tit for tat, 5 minutes of selling, 5 minutes of buying, 10 minutes of selling, 5 minutes of buying, 10 minutes of selling, right? It's just back and forth, right? It's going to be very difficult to get that clean action. It's going to be scalper's paradise. IWM is trying to figure things out 100%. Let's take this and put on our other chart. That's that daily open there. You don't take calls by any chance off that level? It took place quickly. It was quick. It was quick. Now we're above 50% retrace here. So you can see all this friction up here. All this resistance. All right, keep in mind we're still inside on the daily. We're still inside on the day, meaning we're inside the prior day's range. Wow, what a bounce. What a bounce. Look at that 15-minute candle. Look at that wick on the 15. What a bounce. And now what are we gravitating back towards? Daily open. So we're going to note this. Noted. Okay, this is noted. And if it continues to chop, guys, don't get frustrated. Okay, if you get frustrated, the market has you where it needs you. Market has you where it needs you. How's gold doing? Gold is starting to get a nice little bounce, catching a bit off those lows. VIX dropping. Crude pumping. All right, crude pumping. This is 50% retrace along with that prior day close. Orb is set, absolutely. Orb is set, 672. Thank you for the reminder, Lynn. Absolutely. So orb is set. Again, orb, wave, a retest for me. I like the ripple when there's catalyst. I like the ripple when there's catalyst. So when is this government shutdown going to end? Anyone have any guesses? Any guesses when the government shutdown is going to end? So for this 15-minute candle, if we get above those highs, we're going 2 down, 2 up reversal. We're going 2 down, 2 up reversal. Okay. If we stay inside, we have to wait for that next 15-minute candle. Seeing a nice little break of the support. See if we get back below VWAP. We're in the jaws of that sell block on the 1. Back into this 50% retrace prior to close territory. Just watching SPY. Gonna go over GDX, GDXJ. Land and shop. Good, good, good. I'm in calls. Good, good, good. How long were you in the calls? So 9:44. So you're in the call since 9:44. So you... Okay, so right there. So basically, either got stopped out or on the verge of getting stopped out. Just manage risk accordingly. Maybe you're using VWAP or whatever risk parameters you're using. Do they have SPY mini? No, there's no SPY mini. So the mini and micro. If you like to use it in that terms, just think of SPY as a micro and SPX as a mini. If you want to use that terminology, but from a textbook definition standpoint, no, there's no SPY mini. Right, but if you want to use that ES mini, ES micro analogy, you can use that between SPX and SPY. So SPY would be the micro, and SPX would be the mini. Okay, nice little breakdown there. We're back below VWAP. Again, look, 5 minutes. 5 minutes of selling, 10 minutes of buying, 5 minutes of selling. All right, even the futures market, very, very choppy. Very, very choppy. Crude price rebound, headline from CNBC. And we can already see that crude bounce, rebound. Inside candle on the 15. Nice little break of this trend line to the downside. See if you can hold below VWAP. See if you can hold below VWAP. So it came into the jaws of that sell block. Now it's selling off. Ideally, what I would like is I wanted to grab these lows. That's the game it wants to play. We'll play that game. So it dumped, pumped into the jaws of that sell block, and now it's starting to kind of just trade in between. On the hourly, this gives you some insight on the kind of mess we're navigating. Right? Look at the mess. The reason why I say mess is because we have no real directional We're not going in any particular direction. We're just going sideways. Right? So when we're going sideways, there's a host of setups you can use to capitalize off the sideways action. So trend setups, breakout, breakdown setups don't work here. Or they're low probability. Eventually they'll work. Right? Of course, eventually you get a breakout or breakdown. But they're low probability. So I won't say they won't work, but they're low probability. So there's high probability setups you can capitalize off of when action is like this. That's the hourly. Right, in between, we're going to stay clean. In between, we're going to stay clean. So I might want to use this as a low. Maybe this is a higher low. We got a high. All right, so see if it wants to start staircasing its way back into that daily open. So one thing is true so far, we've taken out PML. So if this is a slow drag to PMH, which it could very well be, PMH is at that 672.38. Right, but first we got to overcome that daily open. My first trade today, T-Mobile. Not T-Mobile, AT&T. Beautiful job, Taco. 100% Elian. Just be patient. Don't let SPY or the market force your hand. Let's take a look at what's going on across the board. NVIDIA decided to wake up. SoFi. Nasty trap on SoFi. Oh my gosh, look at this trap on Robinhood above PMH. Brutal trap. NVIDIA continues to push. NVIDIA is the only thing that's really moving nicely here. Netflix. Let's see Netflix. Did report earnings. NVIDIA is the only one moving. NVIDIA. All right, that was one of the ideas for the week. I believe my illustration is here. Okay, NVIDIA has yet to come with that critical territory. It's up here to break out. There's a critical level NVIDIA needs to get into. It's not there yet. Bigger picture, but intraday, PMH, VWAP can be areas where you want to get involved on NVIDIA if you're not already in. All right, NVIDIA is making a nice move to the upside. VIX continues to push the downside slowly. Okay, the Dow. Now what we're seeing is Dow about to take out the 50-minute low. Qs already took out the 50-minute high, probably fueled by NVIDIA. Right, and then SPY is stuck between a rock and a hard place. All right, rock and a hard place. %. So orb army still on standby, right? Nothing has been triggered. Has there been a first shift where the orb has not been triggered? I don't think that's ever happened before. I don't think that's ever happened before. So we're basically just hugging prior day close. Prior day close. We're hanging out below daily open. NVIDIA. Make a nice move to the upside. Nice retest of PMH. All right, now it's gone. NVIDIA gone. So eventually we'll come back and retest these levels. At the moment it's gone. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 minute stretch. This is probably what's lifting the Qs. This is probably what's lifting the Qs. If you throw the EMAs on, okay, indicator's not showing up. Nice little waves. At least wait for the wave. Come back at that wave. Okay, SPY. SPY continues to chop around near that prior day close. Okay, Qs did take out PML, right? Wick back above PML. And now they're on the cusp of trying to make a run at PMH. But that prior day close, 61138 is giving it a hard time. Look at the Dow. Dow's directional to the downside. Dow's directional to the downside. Qs are directional to the upside, but failing to hold enforcement. What just simply means is it's failing to hold above that candle breaks high, right? Can it get back below it? Start to wick. We're seeing the Dow is below at 15, so conflict. How's our friend IWM doing? IWM is inside. So both SPY, IWM are inside. And the Dow is directional to the downside, and the Qs are directional to the upside. So the Dow is bearish. Qs are bullish after that bounce, reclaim of 609.49. IWM is indecisive. SPY is indecisive. All right, so when there's those trending days, momentum days, when 3 of the 4 are in the same direction, either up or down, that's when you see that's when you get those clean breaks. Clean breaks, continue to push higher. Pullbacks into the 9. Pullbacks into technical areas. $182.02, 181.62. Yeah, coming back and testing that wave. NVIDIA. That's the only thing that's really moving nicely. Back to SPY. Okay, we're starting to see nice little trend line emerge. So this zone is prior day close, along with 50% retrace. Right, so to give you context, we have not taken out that daily upside breaker. We have not taken out that daily downside breaker. All we did is come into that PML, take out that PML. Take out that PML, after taking out PML. All right, after taking out PML. We have not taken out PMH. Okay, so that's what happened so far. So we're basically smack dab in the middle. In the middle, it's a riddle. We can actually draw these highs and give us a nice, what pattern is this? Off of the highs that we made off the open. And these highs, we got a high, lower high, lower high, low, higher, low, higher, low. That gives us a nice symmetrical bilateral pattern here. So what I'm looking for, gravitation back towards daily open or this zone here. What I'm looking for. Anything in between, unless I'm taking it to the outside, I'm looking to stay clean. Okay. NVIDIA testing that wave. Don't we miss that volatility? Don't we miss the volatility? Make sure to like the video on YouTube, guys. Make sure to subscribe. And make sure to, we're going to go over the bootcamp registration. We do have a bootcamp / crash course coming up November 1st, 2025, 10 a.m. It's going to be live. So if you want to access that, if you're looking to go from beginner to market ready within 4 to 5 hours, or sharpen up on some of the things you know, as far as the technicals, as far as chart setup, whatever it is, make sure to sign up for that. We'll go over that just shortly at 10:30. So once the shift flips, we'll go over all of our offerings. In the meantime, new 50-minute candle here. So this is as inside as can be. Inside as can be, hugging that 50. Look at this 5-minute candle. Only setup was this one. It came quickly. Break above 670.79. Came quickly. But that's the only clean thing that had a sustained move. Everything else, the Dow is about to go downward directional here. We have a new hourly candle here as well on the top of the hour candle. So the 10 o'clock candle is new, a new hourly candle there. So we have two, depending on what hourly candle you pay attention to, we have two hourly candles. We have the top of the hour, 10 o'clock. We have the 10:30 candle as well. All right. It depends if you're paying attention to extended trading hours, or if you're paying attention to just intraday. Okay, NVIDIA, nice little bounce off of that wave. Trigger would be that high, that candle, 182.80. Risk would be very tight. Risk would be a close below 182.58. So you can keep it candle by candle. All right, super tight risk. All right, super tight risk. This would be a risk. If it gets below it, you're out. And your target can just be the very next candle. Preliminary target. Especially when you're trading these individual names, I have a very, very tight leash. Okay, again, we're gravitating back towards this territory. So there's the daily 50 plus prior day close. Okay. How are we doing so far, guys? AMD. Take a look at AMD. AMD. So it looks like the semis are starting to get their act together. So the only sector that's green at the current moment is XLV. XLV, XLE, everything else is relatively flat. XLV is leading the way. Healthcare and energy are leading the way. Healthcare and energy are leading the way. Make sure to like the video on YouTube, guys. Make sure to subscribe. This chop, all right, there's nothing there. Nothing here, nothing to see here. Nothing to see here. Let this thing clear up. Everyone that does trade the orb, have we ever stayed inside the orb, 15-minute orb, for an entire shift? without taking out the higher low? I don't think we've done that before. I don't think we've stayed inside the orb for an entire shift before. If we have, maybe once or twice, but that's a very rare occurrence. That's another indictment of how tight of a range we're trading in. 54 cents per 5-minute candle. So I don't think we've seen that before. If you have any ticket requests, put in the chat. Let's go check back on BYND, Beyond Meat. And whatever happened to all those alternative meat companies. It just literally just disappeared. All the alternative meat companies. We had Beyond Meat. There's another one as well. There's a couple of them. Comment in the chat. Orb is boring today, but I was really missing the boredom. Was trying to pre-run the orb today and got stopped out. So you're trying to get the calls up here, or maybe here, off of these highs, into the break of that high. So the orb today is the orb high is going to be very close to that daily open. It's going to be very close to that daily open. They're trying to make you quit and go back to bed so you can miss the big move. Absolutely. Right, so as long as you just stay with it and just look for your setups, no harm, no foul. If you're trying to force things, when it's choppy, that's when you get super frustrated and you're very prone to overtrade. This is the conditions that lead to overtrading. You can easily be 5 to 10 trades in this already. All right, so let the conditions settle down. Let it pick. Let the market decide, then we decide. So we got to stay sharp. We got to stay sharp. Your voice is hard to hear, very booming. Let me know the audio is on YouTube. It might be the volume is up too high. $50 USD today, not that bad actually. I got myself back on track. Good. Nothing here, guys. It's a little bit silent on YouTube. How's it on Google Meets? So the thing is, the audio changes every day. There's nothing different that I do. There's nothing different that I do. It's the same mic, same everything. All the settings are the same, but it seems to have different results on different days. Do we break here? Let me know. Put it in the chat. Do we break here? Let's get some votes. Let's get some votes in the chat. Let's put up a poll. Break out or break down. Okay, before this thing actually makes a move. So I answer the poll question. Breakout or breakdown. What are we referring to? We're referring to this symmetrical triangle here. Do we break out, meaning we break this resistance, continue to push the upside? All right, this is a breakout. One of my pet peeves is when someone says this is a breakout. It is a breakout, like, you know, people refer to this as a breakout. Right, this is a breakdown. I mean, it is a breakout because it's out of it, but it's breaking down. All right, so put in the chat, breakout, breakdown. I know where I'm going to get involved. So either way, I would actually prefer the breakdown. I would actually prefer the breakdown. Still dodging between following setups. YouTube audio is a little bit silent. Maybe I have to get a soundboard and see if I can improve the quality of the audio. Nope to breakdown or breakout. Read. Go check back on NVIDIA. So NVIDIA is working its way back to at PMH. Look at this, guys. Look at this stretch. That 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30-minute stretch. You guys like that volume indicator? It's a good one. We did get this nice little spike at 10:03. Inside on the 15. So no trade so far, right? First 40 minutes, 41 minutes, no trades, just purely in observation mode. There's nothing that I love. Off the open, there was this opportunity here, right? Above that 670.79. Yeah, volume. If you guys like volume indicator, there's a cool indicator that I like to use. It gives you the information behind the volume. Okay, nice little breakdown. I welcome this breakdown. All indicators are bearish. Hoping for NYO to be tested. That would be beautiful. If the NYO retest would be beautiful. But now that's implying that we're going to drop. So we have to drop pretty significantly. So let's say if my idea is price gets back to NYO, now I have to find a way where I can engage a retrace reject. So I have to find areas to engage that retrace reject. Look at this slow grind, slow moves. Okay, NVIDIA's in that bounce territory. See if we get some sort of price action combination. That's at PMH. That's about 37 cents, close to 40-cent stop. Do 1-to-1 or 2-to-1 at least. 80s right there. Just need that price action confirmation. Some sort of price action activity. A 2-1-2. All those combinations we're going to go over in the boot camp. Okay, all those price action combinations. I'll also give you an indicator. I'll help you identify those combinations as well. But over time, the more you see it, the easier it will be to recognize. The more you see it, the easier it will be recognized. AT&T CEO, iPhone volumes are up over the last year. Strong comparatively. Okay. Nice little breakdown there. So what was the pull? If we go back to the pull. All right, see if I get some sort of price action combo. I'm looking at the calls for a bounce. See how quickly that happened? All right, you have to be so quick to pull the trigger. Look. Look. See how quickly just skyrockets out of there? Essentially, you have to have the contract ready and just fire. Look at that. This is already probably up 10%. And you weren't able to grab that? All right, see if you can stay above PML, 670.69. If we can drop one more time, I'll be there. All right, these are the beautiful scalps. Now, if it stacks on top of 670.96, it continues to push back to PDC. That was a nice move there. So look at all the shorts that are trapped here. Wow, that was good. That was good. All right, and the TPs. So this, for instance, if you're able to catch this, it already hit TP. That's a 2-to-1 already. 30 risk 30 cents, make 60 cents. So already hit TP. So to go 3-to-1 would be here 90. Right. Just missed it by a second. So now this gives us an attempt, a good seat at potentially taking this out. That resistance. So do we have enough fuel to come grab this and then push? Was anyone able to grab that? Let me know if you were able to grab that. Uh, 667, the puts. The reason why I'm leaning towards the calls in this territory is because bigger picture. Beautiful job, Reed. Manage accordingly. I just couldn't pull the trigger quick enough. The reason why I'm leaning towards the calls is because here, guys, we discussed in the pre-market. This is what we're doing. We're moving horizontally, so we have to treat, if we're going to trade in this territory, we have to treat support as support, resistance as resistance until proven otherwise. So every time we come into support, it's going to look like we're selling off, but the odds are we're going to bounce. If we slice right through it, that's going to lead to a breakdown. You get stopped out. But more than likely, we're going to continue to bounce. And so you just got to hang out on the edges. Right? Resistance up here. Support here. Great catch, Reed. So far, there's a 3-to-1. Right? Very minimal drawdown, if any. The reason I don't want to start trying to chase and get the continuation is because of the nature of the price action. So if you're able to get that, that was good. If we can drop one more time, take out those lows, we'll take it again, or we'll take it for the first time, even though I missed the first time. And that beautiful job, Misty. How are the contracts moving? So it's really, so IVs is slightly elevated. ATR is dipping. You guys still in runners? So this gives you a good attempt. This gives you a good. So now you're in a comfortable position to see if we can break out. Okay. So after taking profits, after trimming some off, you're in a good position to see, hey, you know what? Can this potentially lead to breakout and leads us back that daily open? So this is essentially a 3-to-1. So the ones I got trapped here, again, the ripple without the without catalyst, right? Ripples without catalyst are really turning into traps. So again, that we just went right into that 50% retrace in that daily PDC prior to close. 5 minute looks nice. 5 minute, you're gonna have to have bigger. Nice buy block on the 5. We can see we came grab these lows. Now we're pushing back the upside, the downside. Nvidia still hanging out there. See if we can get back above 182, 190, 193. That led us back to VWAP, nice little bounce. Now it's starting to push back the downside. So this area is very strong. So that PDC, 50% retrace on the daily. VWAP there as well, very strong. See if we get one more drop and grab those lows. If we can, I'll be there for it. You guys able to extract TP on this last trade? Right, if you took it to 2 to 1, you were good. 3 to 1 came close, but wherever you took it for how long you had it for, make sure you have something to show for it. If it's 5%, 10%, 20%, whatever it is, after it's all said and done, you're gonna have a net positive transaction. Net positive transaction. Every trade doesn't have to go to the moon. Give me 1 second, guys. 1 second. Pay close attention to 670.45. Okay, we're back in that territory. I'm eyeing the calls once again. See if the VIX can get back below 1861. That was a nice rejection on VWAP. See if we can get back above those lows. Respect that daily, that weekly upside breaker. Show some signs of life. You see on this one we wicked. If we can go hammer, get back above that hammer. And in this case, we're seeing the VIX spike. So waiting for an entry. We are selling off here on the 5. Okay, I'll take the calls right there. Okay, I'm in the calls. See that continue to push higher. Risk will be weekly downside breaker. Weekly upside breaker. See if they continue to push after that grab. See if you go 2 down, 2 up. If we take out these highs, 670.51, that'll be that's the confirmation of the pattern there. Okay, we're starting to push here. See if you can hold. Okay, accelerate. VIX kind of died down. That'd be great. Okay, see if you can push into 670.69. Okay, TP where you need to, team. We're going into PML, so we might get some friction up there. We need to blast past 670.69. Up 7. I'm gonna take a majority off right there for good measure. At 7. Down to runners. Okay, up 8. Beautiful. Beautiful. So first attempt took place a little quicker than usual. That's fine. Didn't try to chase it. And then second time, TP to majority at 7. And now have runners to see if we can get back above PML. See if we can get back above PML. If we can, that'd be great. If we fall back below this 670.45, I'll close the position. All right, so that's what I'm debating right here to close it. And this is what the market is giving me, back to PML. So if it's a 7% opportunity, I'm taking it. I'm not going to force it. Okay, I'll close runners there. Nasty rejection off PML. Okay, close at 1% at the runner. All right, so quick little scalp. Did peak at 8, took profits at 7. Right, best practice is a TP at PML. Best practice is TP at PML. Quick little scalp. And with the TPs, I'm taking those profits. Taking those profits. If it breaks below it, I'll look for the retrace reject. That was a good TP. Another nasty rejection off PML. Okay, VIX is starting to spike, so good TP. VIX is starting to spike, and we're below the orb as well. So the main thing was, in this case, I wasn't having the expectation like here, right? So knowing that we're coming into PML, pre-market low, I had to make sure that I take those profits, see what takes place after that. If we reject aggressively, get rid of it. Quick little scalp there. 57%. Beautiful job. Beautiful, beautiful job, Artem. That was the orb. Now we're completely breaking down. Complete breakdown. Beautiful. It's looking very aggressive. I'll be there for the retest to the downside. Okay, so I just need movement. I can care less which way the movement is. Okay. I can care less which way the movement is. Everything is dumping here. VIX is picking up. Look at the Qs. So I need a retrace reject of 670.45. 670.45. So let's put the waves here. Right there. I'll be there for the retrace reject. So now you can clearly see everything is headed to the downside. Everything's headed to the downside. We broke out of that area. Okay, so finally starting to break. We're below that daily downside breaker. There we go. Look at the VIX. VIX at 19. So I need some sort of retrace reject to jump in on this train. And the area I need to keep my entry as close as possible to that key level. That's one thing I'm looking to do. So retrace reject off that daily downside breaker. Right, that scalp, yeah, that was that PML, right? You have to be aware of that PML. The worst case scenario, you get stopped out. The worst case scenario, you don't follow risk management. And you're left holding the bag. But you should always look to stop out. Always have your protocols in place. Protocols in place. So you scalped it twice, read. This one I missed here. This one 7%. And then face that aggressive selling. 15-minute selling off. And now let's revisit that hourly real quick. So when we revisit the hourly, we can see we finally kind of broke out of that range bound territory. We're starting to slide to the downside. 85% on puts. Look at that, guys. So we just need some sort of retrace reject. This thing is dumping. It has a runway. You know, this has room to 667.30. That weekly open. You were just talking about it, Artem. Weekly open. All right. That's the runway. So now, as it's dumping, I need to find a way to enter. It's like a moving train. All right. You're trying to jump in or find a seat on a moving train. When it's moving like this, if you try to buy it there, it's easy for you to get wicked out. So, two areas I can think of: 670 or 669.80. Super shallow at the top of this buy block. VIX holds above 19. This thing continues to push. How are we doing, guys? Folks on YouTube, we finally got that push to the downside. Okay, now, remember support, resistance? Let's revisit. Now that bounce zone, did we finally break below it convincingly? Right, so now we're testing that hourly 50 EMA. Hourly 50 EMA. If we get back above 669.33, that would be a reclaim of that hourly EMA. So let's put that on the chart for reference. 669.33. That's the hourly EMA. Hourly 50 EMA. All the indexes headed to the downside. Okay. At minimum, of course, the entry, the retrace reject entry would be at 670. At minimum, a shallow entry for a scalp, 669.79 into the wave for that second trade. TP on put. Beautiful, that beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. How we doing, guys? How we doing? So for me to go short, and at least needs to come to 669.79 to give me enough room to the downside. Okay, first shift is in the books. Let me know in the chat how many trades you took in first shift. Just took one trade for a quick scalp. In first shift, input since 10:20, beautiful job. 10:20, wow, look at that. So let me guess, if you're in the put since 10:20, let me guess the percentage. You're probably up, wow, north of 100%. North of 100%. I'd say 115, 95 to 115%. That's about, see if you one more pump, one more push to the upside. Paid 150, beautiful. There you go. And you stayed patient. Keep an eye on this hourly 50 EMA, right? Hourly 50 EMA, 669.32 now, right? Of course it changes, right? See how that 15-minute candle shapes up. see how that 15-minute candle shapes up. If you took advantage of the puts, make sure you're taking those profits. Make sure you're locking in. So that support finally broke. Okay, comes back into first wave. Again, this is a little too shallow for me. I did come into that sell block. Nonetheless, another retrace reject of the waves. I want it to be at least 669.79, 669.80. Right, 669.80. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Make sure to like the video on YouTube, guys. Make sure to subscribe. We are in second shift. So take a moment. Of course, price is moving. Things are happening. So very, very important. Yeah, that's the ideal. Ideal entry would be up here. Read, right? Ideal entry would be up here. But now, as it's running into this territory, I'm trying to find maybe a shallow entry. Healthy, textbook with the key levels is here for those puts. Using PML as your risk. So let me know how everyone did in first shift. Just took one trade there in first shift. %. Again, if you guys continue to be patient, that's your setup will eventually come. Look at that hourly 50 EMA, right? So hourly 50 EMA, don't chase the puts. Don't start chasing the puts unless you see everything telling you to the downside. At least wait for those dead cat bounces. Those relief bounces show some signs of weakness off some trend lines, and you continue to push lower. And if you're chasing at those lows, you're going to get pushed back to the downside. Beautiful. I mean, you were up 50+%, Artem, so tremendous job on trusting the setup. Tremendous job on allowing the setup to work for you, right? So 50+%, guys. These are astronomical numbers. 17% stopped out. Beautiful. Good way to trail. So all we need is movement. We need some kind of movement. All right, so you guys are tremendous when there's movement. So the challenge becomes when there's no movement to reduce your downside. You're never going to eliminate those losses when there's no movement, but most traders, they know how to read the trend. They know how to read momentum. All right, but what kills is applying those momentum breakdown, breakout trading strategies in choppy conditions. So for instance, if you're trying that same approach here in this territory, stopped out multiple times and now you catch this big move, you're just basically back to break even. So if you can reduce or have a way to filter out, if we're in choppy conditions or trending conditions, this will dramatically change your P&L curve. Okay, we'll dramatically change it. So there's two things. It's either you can improve your weaknesses or sharpen your strengths. And I would argue, yes, it's good to improve your weaknesses, but I would argue if you have a strength, I'll double down on the strength. Right? You're paid more as a trader to be a specialist than you are to be a generalist. Right? So refining your strengths and turning into a sharp weapon will do tremendous things rather than trying to cover all the bases and be good to subpar and everything. So if you can do that, you don't have to be trading everything. If you're just, hey, momentum, breakdowns, breakouts, this is my setups. I'm going to sharpen this thing as sharp as possible. Of course, you want to work on your weaknesses over time, but that's not what you're too overly concerned with. You're concerned with continue to sharpen your edge. Okay, so great job on catching that, guys. Nice little break back down. Came back at those waves, continues to break back down. You see how the price action is slowing down? We had that nice little slide, and now a period of slowdown. So let me know how you guys did. First shift. What direction on the hourly? So first shift, let me know how you guys did. Call idea here. So one idea followed by quick scalp. The only thing that really allowed me to extract profits here is my muscle memory. Just taking profits. Right, knowing that we're at a key level, just take those profits. Okay, this chart, I'll keep this one clean. I'll have the indicators on the other one. Right, so if you're chasing those puts down here, right, very dangerous. So if I'm looking for the puts, healthy, retrace, reject territories here. All right, so I don't miss last week's volatility. Reading the comment, I want my trade to become boring like today. I adjust myself, will trust my orb, and will execute perfectly technically. And I'm not own, and I was the only one orb put set up for today, and it was the wave that became a tsunami based on the waves. Absolutely turned out beautifully. Turned out beautifully, and the first ripple was so quick that a day trader like us, who is using Turbo Trader and not software to enter the trades, you may not be able to catch the ripple at 10:15. Absolutely. Done for the day. Beautiful. If you guys are done for the day, tremendous job. On call at 10:40, 10:40 right here. Okay, off of that candle. Took 100 cons way down. Lunch money made. Beautiful job. Look at that, guys. I'm telling you, we have heavy traders. We have light traders. Okay, so our group, we have all sorts of traders coming together. Okay, 100 contracts. This is probably, depending on where you entered, if you got that breakdown here, anything north of 20%, 100 contracts, that's some serious lunch money. That's some serious lunch money. All right, so it looks like the poll questions, right? 100% breakdown. So everyone was on the side of the breakdown. Everyone was on the side of the breakdown. And this thing that eventually break down. And once this breakdown took place here, we had that initial bounce, and then now let's get that weekly open on the chart. I might just grind lower. We're in the jaws of the runway. All right, we're in the jaws of that runway. So you can see that nice little break. So when you're playing the breakdown, there's two different feelings if you have the entry here, and if you have your entry off those bounces. Again, guys, make sure to like the video, make sure to subscribe. We're seeing SPY finally break. Once it broke below this territory here, this support broke below that daily downside breaker. Smooth flush at the downside. We did see a couple of attempts by the buyers trying to push this thing back up, only to be a failed attempt at cap bounce. And now we're sliding to the downside. Final target is at 667.30. 667.30 is the final target. Anyone re-enter the puts in this territory? If you did, you probably sat through a little bit of back and forth, and now it's paying off. A bigger picture, 5-minute, as bearish as can be. 15-minute, new 15-minute candle here, as bearish as can be. Hourly, as bearish as can be. Are you eating a whole camel for lunch? Has anyone tried camel milk before? Camel milk. That's a thing. Right, so clear downtrend here. Clear downtrend after that breakdown. If I'm looking to go long, I'm not looking to go long in the middle of this runway. I'm looking to go long off that weekly open, that territory. Look at that. Look at that breakdown. Artem, you call the weekly open. We're back at weekly open. So if we're back at weekly open, that means we just erased all the gains we saw at the upside since we opened up on Monday. Since 9:30 a.m. Monday, we just evaporated all the gains we saw. So this further suggests the bigger picture consolidation we're seeing. So intraday, of course, we were consolidating. Intraday, the action is much cleaner. But when you look at it from a weekly time scale, that weekly candle is slowly turning into doji. That weekly candle is slowly turning into doji. And now we're well below 19, guys. Well below 19. Well above 19 on the VIX. Once VIX got above that 19, this thing was out of here. Anyone still riding puts? If you are, great job. Wow. Final destination 667.30. You want to be in here? You can be in here. Just close the door. Aggressive stop management, absolutely. Good. I said a comment in the chat. I said a big move coming. Squeeze Pro indicator is nice. We'll check it out. Mixon. Thank you for the recommendation. Squeeze Pro, SQZ Pro indicator. Sometimes it doesn't come back and retest it, right? Sometimes it doesn't come back and retest those territories. So we just have to find structural areas to get involved. All right, we throw the super the waves. That's what the waves look like. So we're coming to second wave. Second wave. So we haven't even had strength to come to fourth, right? That last wave. So this is considered very strong selling pressure. So for us to shift this structure, let's take off the waves real quick. The most important highs we need to take out are up here. So unless these highs get shifted, we'll continue to push back the downside. Potential inverse head and shoulder brewing. Inverse head and shoulder brewing. Look at that, guys. Comment in the chat. My account gained 6% today with 2 trades. IWM puts. I'm done for the day. All green. Beautiful job. So 6% gain on the account. Beautiful. Seeing a nice push to the upside. If the VIX falls back below 19, starts going into 1970, 1960 territory, we can see a potential push back into these highs. The way we do it, I do see a potential inverse head and shoulder brewing. All right, early stages of inverse head and shoulder. Right, so left shoulder, head, great job, Lynn. Congratulations. You're crushing, absolutely crushing IWM. Absolutely crushing IWM. All right, so we're in a tricky spot here. We're in the middle of the runway. Right, we're in the middle of the runway. Let's take a look at the hourly real quick. There's no major pivots here outside of this high that we did see on October 16th. All right, interested to see on this hourly candle. That hourly retest, okay, the hourly retest of that breakdown is right here. So that's the hourly retest because that's the hourly downside breaker. If we zoom in, this is what it looks like on the 5. Okay, this is what it looks like on the 5. Drop down to the 1. So the hourly, this is the hourly breaker right here. That's the hourly breaker. So intraday time frames, we're looking bearish on the hourly. Excuse me, and the 4 hour. 5 minute, we're seeing a nice little reversal on the 5 minute, 15 minute, 6 minutes left until a new 15 minute candle. Okay, so if we're playing that inverse head and shoulder, we want this thing to push into this territory, right shoulder set up, back into those highs. So a couple of criteria need to be met. A couple of things that need to be met. So once we come near these highs, I'll look for that right shoulder entry. Make sure to like the video on YouTube, guys. Make sure to subscribe. If you're a first-time viewer, let us know where you're joining from. Long-time viewers, go to smartactiontrading.com. Smartactiontrading.com. Of course, we do have the one-day crash course available. One-day crash course available to get you up to speed. We're going to go through everything, getting started, options trading, technical analysis, trading strategies, chart setup. We use TradingView. We're going to help you set up your charts. My goal is by the end for everyone to have their charts set up before they leave. Right, so I'm trying to keep it to a very small classroom environment. I'm going to share with you 3 A+ setups. Shockwave 15 course, you have access to that. That's going to be live, not pre-recorded, live Q&A, small size, to make it as personal as possible, to give everyone in there personal attention they need. So we're going to be going through material. It's going to be material, and then we're going to take a quick Q&A session. Make sure everyone is getting a good grip of the material, right? And of course, everyone is at different levels. So this is for beginners and people who need a refresher. If you need a refresher, if you want some A+ setups right there, all right, 3 A+ setups you can use every day. High probability, this is great as well. Chart setups, strategies, open Q&A. If there's things I'm going to help you as far as setting up your charts, what this indicator does, how to use this indicator, trend trading, consolidation trading, whatever it is. But more broadly, this focuses on the options trading side. Options trading side, but the technical analysis portion can be applied to any asset class, any vehicle. Technical analysis can be applied to any asset class, any vehicle, but this course is more related to the option trading side because we're going to go over the options stuff as well to give you a good in-depth understanding of how options work as far as trading naked calls and puts. Naked calls and puts is what we're going to be using So it's not going to be going into advanced strategies like condors, butterflies, and straddles and strangles. It's just going to be naked option positions for day trading. Specifically for day trading, to capitalize off the underlying, which we're using SPY in our case for our community, but for whatever underlying name you do decide to trade. So very important that you do understand that. So the futures, it's going to take us anywhere from 3 to 5 hours. 3 to 5 hours to go through it. I'm going to put together a PDF handout that you can keep with you, take with you. You're going to have access to our Shockwave 15 video series. If you're in the community, I already have access to that. If you're not, you'll get access to it once you do join, once you do sign up for the class. And we have a couple of videos I'm going to be putting in there as well, and you have access to the free Discord as well. If you're a member and you're purchasing this, right, you're already in the Discord, so you'll have access to the free Discord as well to keep in touch. If you have any questions, put your questions in there as well. As far as engaging with our community and join our community, there's 3 ways to do it. 1 way, free access to the Discord. You get a free news feed in there. Every Friday, I send out the link to the Free Trade Friday. You can take advantage of. And if you want to join the community, unlock all the resources, be part of our team, right? $50 a month, 1 to 3 high win rate trade ideas, 4+ hours of live trading, Q&A, everything you can imagine, and you get to trade alongside some great traders. And of course, you have the commentary and all the resources. So I do my best to provide as much resource as possible. I'm going to continue to update the Discord, put some more stuff in there. We have a lot of things to put in there, so I'll continue to do that. And if you're looking to lock in for a year, you can save 5 months, $350 a year, plus you get that free coaching call. So someone asked me what the coaching call is on Whoop. Coaching calls are, there's the individual session, 3 session, 5 session. All right, so this gives you a nice bang for your buck, long-term commitment, right? Act early, I give you favorable pricing. So very, very important that you choose your plan, you stick with your plan, you join, you immerse yourself with the community, you immerse yourself with the resources, and really, really make that commitment. Right, make that commitment. The folks in our community, we have a high retention rate. What that means is the people who join, right, they stay for a long time. They stay for a long time because they're dedicated to their craft, and they're showing up, and they like the individuals that are in our community, right, and they become part of our team. All right, so very important you do that. If you want to sign up for that crash course, it's linked in the chat, pinned in the chat. Again, limited spots. Take advantage, and we're gonna be meeting on November 1st, 2025, 10 a.m. Eastern. So make sure to be available for that. Okay. So now what we're seeing is a nice push to the upside. Right, nice push to the upside. We're back at that 570. Trying these calls here. That TJX, TJ Maxx, good. So the VIX fell off a cliff. We get some sort of price action combination. This can lead us a little lower. So this will be my risk assessment here. 50 cents. See if you get some sort of favorable price action combination. If we do, I can set up a short. Invalidation would be a reclaim. Ideally, I want the VIX to start getting its act together. But that 15 looks very strong, guys. That 15 looks very strong. And this is a moving freight train. Back to the upside. Head and crippled shoulder. Dislocated slightly. Yeah, right there. All right. Do me a favor, everyone on live right now. Make sure to hit the like button. Make sure to like. Make sure to subscribe. Let's check in on the likes. Okay. We should at least be getting 30 plus likes. 30 plus likes. We should easily get that. We have anywhere from 200 to 300 people joining us throughout the day. So we have 9 likes. Let's get the likes up, guys. Let's get the likes up. So everyone tuning in right now, make sure to like the video. Make sure to like the video. 570 rejection. I'll take it off that candle closure. VWAP is right there as well. Okay, that 15-minute looks strong, hourly looks strong, so we're kind of going against that. But nonetheless, that technical level is there. So if I get some sort of candlestick combination, I'll try the shorts to the downside. If we get back above this territory, I'll look to take it back the upside. Just waiting for some sort of entry here. Candle closure, candlestick combination. Going against the 5 to 15. So that somewhat of a head and shoulder there to get us out of there. But again, if you took the puts here, you don't take profit. This thing just eliminates, evaporates your profits. If I get no candlestick combinations, no price action combinations, there's nothing to do for me here. Give me 1 second, guys. 1 second. And look how quickly the sentiment has shifted, right? We dumped, we're pumping. Now we're working our way back. So we didn't quite get into that weekly downside, weekly open. We're getting back into, if we fall below VWAP, VIX starts to spike, get below 670.13. I'll shop for the puts. Okay, so you get that close, 8 seconds, 6. Want that close below VWAP on that 3 down. No wicks. See if that continue to push lower. Get back below VWAP. Risk will be the top of that candle. Just waiting. Finger on the trigger. I want that close below at 670.13. 670.13 closure below it. I look to go short. I do like this sell block here, but it's not enough. I want us to respect it and go 3-2 to the downside. If we can, I'll take it to the downside. If not, invalidation, unless we get another candle. I want the VIX to start. I want the VIX to potentially get back above 1855. Don't drop below 1850. Okay. 670.30. 670.13 is what I'm looking for. Break below those lows. Okay, see if they continue to push. What a strong reclaim. What a strong reclaim of those levels. All right, if you're trying to chase the puts, they're going to drag you all the way to the top. I want to wick on the VIX here. Wick off of those lows. Let's not lose sight. On the 1 minute, we do see a downward compression that supports that 15-minute bullish candle. Right, so I'm not losing sight of that. But I'm leaning towards the downside in this territory. So I'll keep that lean. Oh no, not that color. Might be a little too bright. As long as we're in that territory. So you can get a close below 670.30. 670.30 closure. New 5-minute candle as well. We'll continue. If we break above this 5-minute candle side, we continue. And then we just let this thing go. All right, VIX continues to push the downside. If this can turn into a trap above VWAP, that'd be beautiful. And this thing slides. Yes, we're just slightly back above yesterday's lows. So yesterday's, we're not at yesterday's high just yet. But these are, this blue line right here is yesterday's lows. Friday lows. Okay, see if you get a close below there. Close below 670.31. See if the VIX can bounce. Once we clear this zone, then I'll flip back to being bullish. So a significant slowdown here, right? We're starting to slow down just at VWAP. Slowing down. On the 5, we're bullish. On the 15, we're bullish. On the hourly, we're turning bullish. Yeah, we're right there, right? We're reclaiming those lows. See if we can get a drop back below. Here, potential push back to downside. This thing is strong, so I don't want to front run it. No front running for me. No front running for me. Yeah, so that daily downside breaker is 669.99 or 98. Okay, see if we can continue to push the downside. Want that candle closure. Nice clean close. You see those wicks on the bottom of those candles? Buyers continue to step in. Okay, I want to close right there. And I'll pull the trigger and I'll use those highs. The current highs, I'll use these highs up here as my risk. Okay, I'll take the puts right there. Couldn't get the fill. Couldn't get the fill. That was nice. Couldn't get the fill. Just 1 second too late. If I can get one pop to the upside, I'll take it back to the downside. I like how the VIX is starting to curl. I just need one pop. One pop to the upside, I'm short it. Okay. I'll take it right there. To ensure that I'm in it, candle high will be my risk. Right. Two different entries. This entry right here would have probably been green. Couldn't get filled. Now I'm in the position here. Risk will be break above these highs. All right, don't have the best entry. So see if you can stay below VWAP. See if you can stay below 670. See if the VIX can bounce off 1554, 1854, 1855, get back below it. Okay, I'm in the puts here. Okay, see if we can get that nice push. Sometimes you're forced to get a bad entry. All right. I want the VIX to start to curl. Stay below VWAP. My risk is up here. So it should be more like this. Very tight. Average fill 114. If the VIX can get back above 1860, that would be encouraging. There's a risk right here. So you get that full breakdown there. Oh, up 7, up 6. Okay. Up 12. I'm going to take a majority off right there at 12. Beautiful. Actually, I closed the whole thing at 12. I meant to take a majority off. I closed the whole thing at 12%. Oh, man. I wanted to have some runners here. Anyways, 12%. Even with a bad entry. I like that setup. And you want to take that if you did. Great job. Congratulations. watch this thing go to the floor, right? Since I don't have those runners, this thing's gonna go to the floor. So if you're in this, so my idea is take 12 off here as we approach this territory and leave the runners on. Right. But anyways, just manage accordingly, manage it how you want. Make sure you have something to show for it. All right, so we walk through the setup minute by minute into entry. Took some time. Look at that beautiful, 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 nice push to the downside. Oh, you're in the trade wins. Good, good, good. Good, good, good. Make them pay. I really wanted those runners here because this thing can really start to move. All right, if we can hold below 669.67, slide to the downside and coming to the next pivot. So I got at 114, sold at 127. All right, so we're seeing some contention, some buyers trying to protect it here. All right, if we can hold below 669.67. And the beautiful thing is, if I got filled right here, this would have easily been 15 to 20%. I got enough for both of us. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. So if you guys are still in this, right, you want to hold below here and let this thing dump. Look at that, guys. Look at that. That dump right there is actually anywhere from 10 to 7 to 10%. Right. So this retrace reject, you have to be patient. You have to be patient for it. You have to be patient, 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 patient. The one mistake that I made is, and I rarely close. Out of 100 trades, I rarely close the entire thing. Right. One time we close, the one time it dumps. It's all good. Things happen. Right. But this is starting to move. If you're still in this, now you can use this as your trailing stop. TP, take some off. You can use it as a trailing stop. Next pivot, 668.80. And now look what's happening. We're shifting. This 1 minute shift impacted the 5. Now the 5 is impacting the 15. Now the 15 is impacting that hourly. Okay. Now look at the VIX. All right. So this is basically a good 2 to 1 right there. Oh, you caught that, Reed? Beautiful job. There we go. And Reed, you just joined the Discord not too long ago, right? So congratulations. Anyone else? Don't chase this thing. This is just for the people who are in. Probably take a majority of those profits. Right, we have to be cerebral. Again, past few weeks, I've been a little sloppy. That's not acceptable. Right, you have to have high standard, especially with the entries, especially with the game plan. The levels are they're gonna be there, but especially with our execution has to be critical. Right, so if you notice, I'm taking a significantly less amount of trades. Okay, see if we can respect that territory. Retrace reject. G, I saw that your text on the chart, 12% put is red. No, 12% here. This should be green. So I took the puts here. End up closing the whole thing, but I'm not going to get back in and trying to get some more. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. 12%, I'll take that any day. And if you took this, put me in the chat. Okay, start trying to recover here. But even this push to the downside, that's more than enough. So today, just 2 trades. All right, scalp this for 7. Missed this right there, no problem. We waited. This thing dumped the whole time. Dumped the whole time. And then didn't take the puts here. Didn't take the puts here. Was actually leaning towards the upside here. Looking for a potential inverse head and shoulder. Didn't take the puts here. Didn't take the puts here. Comes back into key levels. Now considering. When would I flip back the calls if we reclaim it? 3 trades, 1 red, 2 green. Green overall. Beautiful job, Carlos. Anyone take this last one right here? If you did, good, good, good. So again, it's going to be quality. We're going to look for quality over quantity. The main thing is I'm happy that a lot of you didn't get chopped up in this territory. So the cool thing is as everyone begins their journey on our team, they start making dramatic improvements. So some maybe old version of yourself would have traded 10 times here. Now over time, you don't even touch it. Right? Maybe just trade once or twice there. Nice retrace reject in that territory. No closes above it. Beautiful job, Carlos. Beautiful job, Turbo. Again, guys, folks on YouTube, if you want access to setups like this in real time, YouTube does have a delay. You got to be in the Discord. All right. You can't afford that. You saw that the delay that I even had to click buy right here to buy those puts cost me maybe 5 to 8%. So YouTube does have a delay, and that delay is pretty huge. And plus, you want to join our community to access all those resources. So let's go back to the hourly candle real quick. So remember that hourly candle is shaping up into a hammer, right? So hourly candle is still there. So we know we're direction on the hourly. We're direction on the hourly. Are you still in 60 con? Look at that. You're going heavy today, trade wins. Great job. So 160 cons in 2 trades. I'm telling you guys, we have traders from all walks of life, different risk tolerance. All right, we have heavy traders and we have traders who take 1 contract. Right, and you're still treated with respect in our community. All right, so it's not about how much you trade; it's about how you trade. So beautiful job, trade wins. And that's the level that you guys want to get to. Over time. TP 69920. Did you get the TP right at the bottom wick? Your TP was literally at the bottom wick. All right there. Oh, you're looking for it to get to 66920. So right, almost right there, yeah. So if you get a nice little retrace, reject, fail, reclaim, boom. I think you can go lower. I would use, if I was still in the position, this would be my trail stop. Here, don't close back above here. Continue to accelerate. Ideally, VIX stay above 1860, and see if it can play out. Make sure to like the video on YouTube, guys. Make sure to subscribe. Another comment in the chat, another 23%. See you tomorrow, absolutely. Let me check the Google Meets. How are we doing on Google Meets, guys? How are we doing on Google Meets? Do you see the significant slow down? The way the price is moving is speed up, slow down, slow down, slow down, slow down, speed up. New 5-minute candle here. If we take out this 5-minute candle, those we continue to push lower. It's going to take out that 669.20 here. Beautiful. If we can hold below it, same thing applies. Right? Same thing applies. If it holds below it, same thing that happened at that 669.87. You want to look for great TP, depending on your entry. Right? The initial entry was, the idea was here, but I couldn't get filled up there. So right there, guys, that's a 3-to-1 trade once again. 3-1. Okay, so your risk 1 to make 3. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. If it holds below 669.20, VIX holds below 1850, this thing can continue to push to the downside all the way here. This is why I want to hold those runners. Right. When you have VWAP lining up with our key levels, it's a good push. So this idea right here, look at that, guys. Look at that. This thing's going to the floor. So we can try to get the puts here, right? We can try to get the puts here, no problem. No issues with getting puts here. But last week I said I want to keep my entries as close as possible to my key levels. So I have to wait and take my shot there. And look at this thing, goes all the way to the floor. Look at that, all the way to the floor. Anyone still holding? If you're still holding at least one contract, let me know how that thing is looking. You got that, Joe? I see the emoji. If you did, great job. Whatever you do, don't chase. You can just use these areas as retrace rejects with little size and treat them as scalps within that bigger setup. That's how we do it. How we doing, Reed? And this thing goes all the way for, so risk, the risk was actually like this. Like we'll just say 20. Risk 20 to make $2. And look at this thing. Wants to go to that week. Look at this. Hopefully someone still has a runner. Look at this thing. And look at the VIX. VIX is out of here. Textbook, beautiful. So these are the kind of trades we want to be there for. Okay, these are the kind of trades. How we doing, team? If you took advantage of this and you're out of the trade, let us know how you did. All right. If you're still managing, I mean, you don't have to go back and forth in the chat and type. Just manage and do what you need to do. This was the big opportunity of the day. Beautiful job. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful job, guys. Beautiful, beautiful, 20%. That's how we do it. All right. The mistake I made was took everything off. At that point, I had 20 contracts. Right. So ideally, what I like to do is take 15 off. Take 15 off and then leave 5, but I just didn't switch the numbers. And then now, if you're trying to go short here, I mean, if you've been watching the stream for long enough, you know how dangerous this is to go short here. The move already took place. Just let it be now. Right, just let it be. They fed the bulls here. They're feeding the bears here. Okay, and they're gonna slaughter the pigs. Anyone who's greedy, you're gonna get slaughtered. And it takes a few times of slaughtering to learn. All right, so it's not like, oh, you're the only one doing it. I've done it multiple times, many times, hundreds of times, where I wasn't a bull or a bear. I was a pig because I was being greedy. So you either have to be a bull or you have to be a bear. If you can reduce the amount of times you're a pig, that's who the market eliminates. Chances of winning significantly increases. Three trades, 2 wins, 1 burn. Beautiful job. And the good thing is, Taco, great cut right here. All right, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful job. You took the risk. The good thing is, Taco, you took the risk, right? But you managed the risk as well. So just imagine everyone going short here. It's convenient to go short here, but you get punished. I have the opposite line of thinking. I'll go long there. Even though I'm going against the trend, I'll go long there instead. So great job on catching that, guys. See if you get some sort of accumulation breakdown. Gee, why did you move 9, 15, 20, 25 EMA from the chart? It wasn't necessarily that I moved it, but what I found was, since I have the waves, of course the waves are good for the show, for the visual. What was happening was, it was subconsciously making me hesitate. So it was subconsciously making me hesitate and overemphasize, and that's not my trading style. All right, because a lot of my trading style is bounces off key levels. And what you notice is when you take bounce off key levels, you're taking in the face of EMAs. And when you're taking bounce off key levels, it's high reward, right? The risk reward is a really good risk reward, but there's going to be EMAs in your way, especially for those scalps. And that 1 minute, I won't even say 1 minute, that split second of hesitation cost me. Right, so when I'm trading by myself, my chart is like this. It's just my key levels, this, and you have a good idea of where the EMAs are. It's almost like you have this overall sense. And the only time I'm really considering the EMAs is if they align with my key levels. Outside of that, you can maybe scalp it with very little contracts, right? Accumulation breakdown with those contracts, but that's the primary reason. But of course we have this, you guys have access to this chart, right? So what I mean by that is, say this setup here. All right, so this setup here, this was the one from this morning. All right, the one from this morning, 670. If you're watching this morning, we were talking about how we can potentially bounce off that PML, right? It turned out to be a beautiful bounce. But when you're seeing this green, when you're seeing EMAs, when you're seeing VWAP on top of you, as it's acting as a ceiling, it can give you that split second of hesitation. It's not to say that you can't consider that the thing's there, but if you have a proven system that you have conviction in taking that trade, you don't want anything else to take any level of your conviction away from your setup, because it will cost you. Right? You might. So when I say over time, what really matters is the fine details. That's one of those things. But if we're in a clear trend, if I'm looking to align myself with the trend, obviously we'll take it. So our setup here, the setup we took here, right? There's a good chance there's an EMA in that territory as well. What EMA? I would probably say the 20 or the 50. The 20 or the 50 EMA are right there. All right, let's go check. All right, so there's no way I can know this. I haven't checked it prior, so let's put the 20 on the 5 minute. Put the 50. Just a guess, okay. So we have the 9, we have the 20, we have the 50, we have the 200. Okay. So we can see the 20 EMA on the 5 minute is right there as well. All right. The 20 EMA on the 5 minute is right there as well. All right. So you can kind of, I don't know if the word is feel. Right. Look. So even if I had my EMAs there, if I even had the 5 minute EMA, the 5 minute 20, it happens to be there. Okay. Look at this. Nice little breakdown. Continues to push, weekly open. Does that answer your question, Artem? Who's Mr. G? So yeah, Reed, my name is George. Some people call me Mr. G. George. G spelled quicker, absolutely. All right, this thing, nice little breakdown there, continues to push. So this thing is back at that weekly open. So you were right, Artem, right? So eventually worked its way back that weekly open. So the position I put in the left hand corner on YouTube. I put in the left hand corner. Top left. Potential inverse head and shoulder, potential brewing once again. How we doing, guys? So now, second shift, new shift. Make the assessment, make the review. So far, I've only taken 2 trades. Right? So what are some things I did right in first shift that's behind us now? The things I did right here was TPing and then knowing that PMH was there and cutting quickly with that runner. That was good. And of course, we already discussed that. And here, second shift, only took 1 trade. Right, beautiful setup. We walked through it step by step. Right, initially missed that entry. So when I missed that entry, what am I looking for? I'm looking for, if it continues to go, I'm looking for a bounce. I'm looking for a bounce. And the VIX started to spike, pushed the downside. I meant to sell a majority of my contracts, ended up selling the whole thing. So I didn't chase, I just let it be. So that's one thing could improve, but again, sometimes things happen. But overall, I'll take that. I'll take that for 1 hour work in this territory. Under 5 minutes of button clicking here, 12%. I'll take it every day. Right. So a couple of things to improve in that territory, but you guys see the setup. You guys see the setup, and this has to do with that level we discussed. Okay. So let me know how you guys did. So potential inverse head and shoulder brewing. All right. What is the most critical high we need to take out to shift the structure? Here we go. We also have a potential unicorn. All right. So when we're this low, I'm looking for the opposite side. All right. I'm looking for the opposite side. So if I do take another trade, it's going to be significantly sized down. Or we can just wrap it up here. Right. So wrap it up here. Quality over quantity, guys. Quality over quantity. Quality over quantity. Quality over quantity. So 2 trades. Good, good, good. So put done in the chat if you're done if you're done. So the objective is, guys, with SPY Strikers, it's a unique community. The reason why, what makes it unique is that we're emphasizing on one ticker. One ticker, 1 hour, one consistent result. All right? And we use SPY to get that one consistent result. All right? So ideally, I want to get you guys in and out of here by 1 hour. Most of you work full time. You don't have the luxury of looking at the chart. Some of you do, which is awesome. And we can look at this thing all day. But some of you are working full time, have meetings, have different things going on. So I'm trying to give you the commentary, the play-by-play, the setups, the ideas, so you can take advantage of price movements in that hour. So you can be one and done. That's the primary objective. Now look at this complete collapse on NVIDIA. All right, so say if I took this bounce blindly. If it was a blind bounce, I get stopped out. If it was a bounce with price action confirmation, I wouldn't take it. All right, so if I took it blindly, okay, I just get stopped out. If I don't respect my risk, right, this is a $4 loss. I wouldn't take the longs quite yet. Trade wins, maybe if we can come into this weekly open. I want to see how we interact with that weekly open. Make sure to like the video on YouTube, guys. Let's get the likes up. Let's get the likes up. So we broke down this entire trade for you. All right, a 2.8 point trade on live. Okay, so it doesn't get any better than that. Okay. And some trades you might not get the best entry. Some trades you might deal with a lot of back and forth. But we waited, and I want to make that. I want to emphasize that for everyone who was waiting for that entry trigger, just waiting. If we fall below that weekly open, we get back to that gap. Okay, let's check back on the hourly. Now I was saying in this territory, I rather instead of taking the puts here, right? If I was forced, someone put a gun to my head and said, "Hey, you know what? Either take the puts here or take the calls." After a move like this, I would actually prefer taking the calls. After taking out all those targets. Right, so in this area, I'm looking for the longs. I'm looking for something to support the longs. If that makes sense. Okay, let's go back to the hourly real quick. So the hourly, what EMA are we retesting on the hourly? 50. That's on the regular trading hours. Extended trading hours, we're below the 50. Regular trading hours, we're testing the 50. And then now I have a new hourly candle here. So this new hourly candle, 50% retrace that hourly candle. Aligns with that prior candle's lows in this territory. So we can see a nice push to the upside. Right, but in this case, for reversal, what do we need? We need this candle to stay a hammer for the next, this hourly candle just started. There's 50 minutes left. So if this thing can somehow, some way close as a hammer or engulf this whole thing, which would be even better, that will tell us that the bulls are stepping in. But if we look to the left, what do you guys see on the left? What do we see here? Massive what? Massive gap. Right, we see a massive gap there. Right, so this lines up with that weekly upside break, that weekly open lines up with that TOG. What I mean by that, let's go back to our key level chart. Right, weekly open TOG converge. Okay. Okay, now we're doing that stagnant, right? So we're seeing some stagnation. We can see a potential another leg lower for a quick little scalp. Right. But again, I want to participate on the edges. SPY already made a nice move to the downside. If you have any chart requests, let's go over. I think Trade Winds picked up TJX. Nice pickup there. How are the spreads on TJX? Let's take a look at our weekly watch. So no swing trades for me this week. The one that did take off, Amazon from last week. So if we go back and go to the swing trade area. All right, Amazon. 214.79 break and hold. Risk below 210.95. SoFi, looking for that bounce. So we need that retest of that 24.92, 25.34. So these are different entry models. This is a break and hold. This is a retest bounce. This is a reclaim hold. NVIDIA reclaim hold above 183.86, 185.07, 185 psychological level. Reclaim. This is a reclaim hold. This is a NP. I think NP provided a nice little bounce, and now it's below that retest bounce area. NP. Another one was Uber. Failed reclaim. So you guys have access to this watch list as well. So let's take a look at the things intraday. So Amazon. Do you guys see anything appealing here? Any kind of pattern on Amazon? You guys see it? So Lily. Let's go to the hourly real quick. Let's do a quick scan. What's going on? So Lily kind of stuck in the middle. I like Lily between those 2 points. Google did make an all-time high yesterday. Kind of jammed at that all-time high. Microsoft did break out. Nice breakout on a Microsoft. A retest of Microsoft could be awaiting us at that 519, between 520, 518. Palantir is down 5%. Palantir just got smacked today. And Palantir is actually at the support here. So Palantir, let's see what takes place on Palantir and where that 170 psychological level is. 170 psychological level on Palantir. See if you can hold above 170. Okay, so we initially bounced off 170. NVIDIA, right, did get a reclaim. We need that reclaim hold. Amazon, of course, Amazon is a goner. Meta did break. So you can come back and retest those highs. Netflix did report earnings. They initially had an inverse head and shoulder. Played out, trapped up there, and now we're below that 1126 level. Tesla is reporting today. So pay attention to Tesla. AMD is jammed at these all-time highs. Right, AMD is jammed at these all-time highs. We can maybe draw that trend line from these lows to these lows. If I do like AMD, 202 to 208, we can narrow that down as price comes into that territory. Now we do have these preliminary highs as well. Structural highs. For maybe a bounce. But I haven't traded AMD in many years. I don't plan to. Broadcom. Kind of stuck in the middle. MSTR. If Bitcoin can get itself together, MSTR can get back above 300. Might be an opportunity. Apple, of course. Apple is retesting this all-time high territory. It did break out yesterday. It's coming back to that territory. Apple to make an all-time high. So let's see what does take place there. Another name that I want to bring to your attention is UPS. UPS, seeing an early breakout on UPS. See if UPS can hold this territory here. Which territory am I talking about? So UPS already broke out of a channel. 86, 94, 87, 50. So UPS already broke out of this channel. And we know UPS, bigger picture, how beat up UPS is. Still hasn't recovered from that earnings drop. So we see this channel, breakout, retesting that channel there. Okay, so let's see what takes place there on UPS. Okay, this thing's pushing back the upside now. So inverse head and shoulder. Right shoulder setup. Takes out the neckline. Breaks. Retest it. Now it's pushing back the upside. So you see why in this territory, like I'm leaning towards us pushing back the upside. Whenever we get overextended to one side, we work our way back to the open, close to the open. In this case, 670. We're seeing that all day, back and forth, back and forth. Beautiful, beautiful. AT&T. Let's put up a poll real quick. Anyone take this to the upside if you did? Right, you can clearly see what took place. Grab those lows. There's also a unicorn setup as well. Unicorn / inverse head and shoulder. VIX headed back to the downside. So how are we doing, guys? Everyone done for the day? What time is it? Let's get a time check. Good, good, good. If you're done for the day, put done in the chat. That's the deal. If you put done in the chat, you cannot take any more trades. You're giving us your word. All right? So we got 2 dones. Well, 1 done. If you're green, stay clean, guys. We know Monday, there was not a lot of trading. Yesterday, very few trades. Today, just 2. Three to 5 is the goal. 3 to 5 is the goal. 3 to 5 is the goal. Okay, let's check back on gold. Oh my, look at that. Just fell off a cliff. So gold is at 4,000. Gold is at 4,000. Oh, you took that last long? Beautiful job, trade wins. If your entry was under 668.10, that was beautiful. And that weekly, look how close it came to that weekly open. So we catch the top. We catch the top of second shift. Catch the bottom of third shift. Look at that. 100%, 100% Artem. You guys know it. 20% profit. Beautiful job, guys. I promise you, if you stay patient, if you stay with it, if you manage your risk, if you stay composed, okay, you'll give yourself the best chance to really turn trading into something. Right? So trust me, just do those things and you guys are absolutely crushing it. And this week, the cool thing about this week is the prior week I was looking to slow down on my own anyways. And Monday forced us to slow down. All right, so it was a forced slowdown from an environmental perspective, and I was looking to slow down myself as well. So that did tremendous. That helped tremendously. Right, it helped tremendously, and plus I'm not trading at nighttime. Right, that took a lot of mental capital. But on gold, it was an opportunity. Right, last week on gold, especially Asian session, the moves we were seeing were too good to turn down. Right, but the effort you're putting in there, it's going to take away from something else. We only have so many trades in us. Okay, we're back above this territory. Look at this. Quickly climbing. quickly recovering. We dumped, now we're starting to pump. Look at that profile. Take a screenshot of that profile. Key level, grab those lows. Where's the breaker? Where's the shift? Shifts the structure, bounces off that level, continues to push. We've seen this similar activity here, right? Grab those lows. Where's the structure? Structure has to be here. Take out these highs. Rinse and repeat. Beautiful job, Carlos. And we're back at VWAP. So this VWAP is completely different than the one up here. Is there a level here? Sure, but this is not one of my, this is a level, but not a key level. This is a level that we picked out. The unique thing about our key levels is we don't get to choose what the key levels are. That's why they're so powerful. I don't get to pick what's the key level. New York Weekly Open, NYWO. So put in the, do we break above? Do we break above VWAP or do we break down? Break out. Do we reclaim VWAP or fail? Reclaim or fail? Type reclaim if you think we reclaim. Type fail if you think we fail. And if you caught the trade in this territory, runways here, runways back into VWAP. So two targets. Daily open all the way up at 672.03. Okay, we got 1 vote for fail. I'll go with failed 2. So we got 3 fails. So I have no horse in the race. So you see the importance of taking profits, guys. Huge opportunity presented. If you want more, huge opportunity disappears. Okay. So one trader can take advantage of this, take profits anywhere, end up being net green. Whether it's light green, green, or bright green, net green. Another trader can take this exact same trade, not take profits, and still be break even or somehow, some way work their way back to being red after opting out to take profits. Fail, I'm done for the day. Beautiful job, Turbo. Fail, fail, fail. The chat might be an indicator, guys, because we got some great traders. So we have to find a way to poll everyone in real time. I don't know if anyone wants to volunteer to do the polling. No risk on my end. Good, good, good. Okay, let's go take a look at the 15. Okay, what does the 15 tell us? The 5 tells us this, right? So the 5 tells us we essentially came into these. Remember this initial break. The importance of keeping your charts clean, right? Sometimes you have to clean up your chart. Remove everything off of your chart and really understand the essence of price action. Right? Price action is everything. So we initially came into these lows, right? Our key level happened to be there. We get below it. We break below it. Cool. All right, sellers push it below it. We break those lows. Excuse me, I had to sneeze. All right, so we break below it. That's fine. So let it break. Continue to push. Right, if you're in, you win. If not, you wait. If not, you wait. What do you wait until? You wait until the exact same area where it was initially. You use your price action combinations. You use your filtration mechanism to validate it, and then you get the retest, and then it pushes lower. Everything makes sense in hindsight, right? As it breaks down, so the exact reversal took place once we broke this candle's lows. We break those candles lows, we continue to push, we start to reverse, and we get this period of accumulation here, that consolidation. So at this point, when we get this consolidation here at 11:15, we're really seeing, do we continue to reverse? After we consolidate, we break those lows. We continue to push all the way into which lows? Into these lows. All right, so we come into those lows, we take out all these pivots. Of course, there's a pivot here, there's a pivot here. We take out this pivot, and then we start slowing down. And then we can see accumulation. We break that accumulation, and the long trigger is now here. Back above 668.40. Right, and now we can see we're making what? We're making lower lows, we're making lower highs, pushing to the downside. So if you're longing a downtrend, you want to take support. You want to take lower lows into those lower highs. If you're shorting in a downtrend, you want to take the what? The lower highs into lower lows. So you can engage both ways. So you can trade both ways in a downtrend. But most traders, if we're in a downtrend, they can only trade the downside. Right? They can only trade the downside. And now we're pushing back the downside and to see if we can take out these lows. So every time the low gets taken out, it gets reclaimed. That's a good chance. That's a pretty decent risk reward that we can work our way back the upside. So in this case here, if we go back to that initial trade that we did take here, what would deem it an invalidated setup is if we reclaim and we continue to push. Therefore, if I take it, I get stopped out. If I see it reclaim before I make the entry, I don't take the trade. If I take it and looks good, I'm in the trade, and all of a sudden, buyer step in and reclaim this level, show continued strength above it, I get stopped out. I want no parts of it. Okay, similar to here. If you're short down here, you don't want to see a reclaim. If you see a reclaim, you see a reversal take place, cut it as soon as you can. Or else it's going to drag you to the other side. So if you can cut it as soon as you can, once it's invalidated, the better off you would be. Right, so that's what's going on so far intraday. So far intraday, that's what's been taking place. So clear downtrend. Right, and we continue to push to the downside. So nice rejection off that VWAP. Right, so if you like to trade VWAP on its own, that's there. Ideally, I want VWAP to be there in conjunction with something else. So all of us said fail, and this thing fails. Good, good, good. Okay, no trades for me. No trade me either. Just in a trend file, I'd like to be in the puts below VWAP and the calls above VWAP. Okay, good, good, good. This should be your new line. No pony in the race, no risk on my end. I have no idea why someone I know who's a big institutional professional went big on buying Tesla 444, especially when it seemed obvious Tesla would drop today. Maybe it's leverage for the company. Yeah, so earnings, my rule on earnings is don't trade earnings. All right, if we take a look at Tesla, I'll illustrate the example with Tesla. Okay, Tesla, we'll pull up Tesla's chart. I actually have the technicals marked out on Tesla, right? Pay attention to Tesla 405, right? But it's not tradable at the current moment. Take a look at the IV. Pull up Tesla on the options chain. Take a look at the IV. So last week we learned a lesson on IV. Okay, take a look at Tesla's IV. Okay, so Tesla has earnings. It's untouchable. So the week of earnings and the week after earnings is not to be touched unless it returns back into HV. So Tesla is going to be reporting earnings. All right. So Tesla, there's something called IV crush. Tesla's contracts are not going to make money So even if you trade straddles or strangles, I'll tell you what the expected move on Tesla is. Okay, 487, 382. $487. That's how much the IV's impacting at 382 in this territory. All right, so you can see, unless Tesla goes outside of this, even if you get a straddle, you play both sides of the fence. Right. Say if I take a straddle or a strangle. Right. I play both sides of the fence. Unless my calls get above 487 or my puts get below this territory, everything in between is IV crush. Right, so that's Tesla's expected move. So the IV, the 90% plus IV, is pricing in Tesla to trade within here. So for it to really make a move, it needs to go beyond these edges at the current moment. And this thing is going back to the floor. Back to the floor we go. All right, so I've traded earnings before. It's worked out before, and it has not worked out before either, really badly. Right, so think of earnings trading as lottos. So it's like if you take a straddle or strangle, the difference is going to be if you have the same strike or different strike. What you're essentially saying is, say if we take the 440. All right, now, Tesla's closed, earnings, we take the 440 calls, 440 puts. All right, we try to bank on either a breaking, so basically you're willing to lose 100% on one side. Because on the other side, you're looking to make a greater return above 100%. So one side is just to ensure that you're protected on the other side. So say we take the 440. 440 calls. Tesla's closed. All right. 440 puts. So in a vacuum, in a scenario where there's no earnings, as long as so what you're using one side before we explain it, let's preface this. The whole point is, you know there's going to be an explosive move taking place, and you're willing to risk this entire side, because if we do go, say we go all the way to the upside, say Tesla's bullish, we go all the way up, just skyrockets. What that means is these contracts, those puts, go to zero. So these calls need to go beyond 100%, given that they're relatively the same price and then the same exact size, which you can tweak. Therefore, on the other hand, if Tesla dumps, right, what you're saying is you're okay losing 100% of this position in pursuit of those puts going beyond 100%. Okay, strategy makes sense on paper, makes logical sense. You can care less what the direction is, but you're banking on price making an explosive move. That's the whole point of straddles and strangles. But what is the nightmare scenario? You have risk here, you have risk here. Nightmare scenario is price doesn't do either. It stays in the middle. Stays within the confines of the expected move. So what happens in this case is you lose here, you lose here. So 2 losses. Right? And for you to win, it's not that price needs to get here, it needs to go beyond. So your risk has to be like this. So lose there and go beyond expected move, or lose here and go beyond expected move. Anything in between is subject to something called IV crush. Anything in between is subject to something called IV crush. So why is earnings trading so difficult? Why is it so high risk? Because the IV already prices in the move. The only way you can make money is if you're very, very, very right. Most times if you trade, it stays within the expected move. Therefore, it's already priced in. Therefore, you lose on both sides. Unless you say, I'm going one direction. But that's give or take. That's just a gamble. That's a lotto. Right? So there's no real edge to it unless you have a proven system. Okay? So very, very important that traders understand that. When you hear about earnings trades and a couple of outlier performances from people, it might seem tempting. You might try to conquer it. You might try to go down that path of building a strategy. Right? I'll save you some time. You're going to lose a lot. You're not going to go into it winning. You're going to lose a lot, and then now you're going to have to go build something to get back what you lost. So I'll save you some time. I'll save you some money. Avoid earnings trading. Use that capital you have to capitalize off the opportunities we do every single day. Okay, you have better odds there. Okay? So traders need to understand that, right? So if you've traded earnings before, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Because the stock pops, like for instance, Tesla, say it pops and it gets to 480. And you have the calls. It's like, why are my calls not making money? Right? The contracts already priced that move in. Or you can buy 6-month DTE contracts in a couple of weeks before earnings when IV didn't start impacting it significantly. You can, but now 6-month contracts on Tesla, pricing. Right, very pricey. Right, so now it just becomes opportunity cost. How much is the strangle straddle setup on Tesla cost you 6 months out? What does that capital allocation look like? Right, and what's the opportunity cost? Can you get a better return intraday trading half that capital? Or will that large sum of capital you're deploying to Tesla be worth it? Can that capital be deployed somewhere else is the question. And the conclusion you'll come to over time is if you learn to scalp, if you learn to trade, you can capture those opportunities intraday. These opportunities are available intraday. Right. But that is very possible, Artem. I do agree with that. So we just repelled off VWAP, nice little accumulation break. Where am I looking to get involved? Probably grab those lows. Reclaim if we break below it. Outside of that, don't want to touch this thing. So 2 trades today, guys. Two solid setups. Look at the 12-hour. Drop on the 12-hour. 1 hour looking bearish. 4 hour looking bearish. 12-hour looking bearish. Daily looking bearish. weekly, still up for grabs. We're direction on the weekly, still up for grabs. We know monthly. We have 9 more days in the month. Do you believe that? 9 more days in the month. And we have 2 more months left, guys. 2 months and 10 days left until the end of the year. 2 months and 10 days. Wow. Nice little breakdown there. Again, guys, if you're just joining us on YouTube, make sure to like the video, make sure to subscribe. Let's get the likes up. And join our Discord. So last trade idea was here. Monster move to the downside. Handful of our team members were able to capitalize. So great job if you caught that. And if you haven't already, guys, leave a testimonial. If you've been in the group for quite some time, leave a testimonial. On YouTube, folks, make sure to join our Discord. Right. And of course, the big thing we have on November 1st is the 1-day live crash course. All right. So getting you from 0 to market ready in about 4 to 5 hours. Right. If you want to be part of this, make sure to click the link in the description. Click the link pinned in the chat, smartactiontrade.com. Go to courses, click it. We go over everything here. Once you do click it, it leads you to here. All right. And then once you're there, you join, and I'll send you the link for the course. I'll send you the link for the live. It's going to be through Google Meets. It's going to be live, not pre-recorded. So it's going to be awesome to go over the material with everyone that does join. Honestly, the more I listen to you, the more about my news, any earnings, any bias at all. My goal would be to come to the table completely indifferent and just wait for the waves like a surfer. Absolutely. What happens is, Artem, over time, so say you using the analogy, say you are a surfer, right? Over time when you're surfing and you're catching those waves, you through experience, you build a sense. You build this ability to sense when there's a wave coming based on the conditions, based on the humidity, based on all these different things. You have this inherent ability now to sense when waves are coming. Temperature of the water, right? So you as a surfer, you don't need to be watching the news, the meteorologist 24/7. Maybe for the major things, if there's a storm coming, yes. But you don't need to be glued to the local news and be listening to the meteorologist to tell you what's going on the ground floor. You're a surfer. You know what the temperature of the water, you can feel the temperature of the water change. Maybe. I'm just saying, right? Just that you have a sense. Maybe the air is a little different. Maybe the water pressure is a little different. So you can sense when there's a wave coming before any indicator tells you. Using that analogy, the indicators are like the meteorologist. Okay, this is coming. So you need them for the massive, major news. Small day-to-day stuff, you don't want to let that influence what you're doing intraday. Right? So when you're so focused intraday, you realize you're actually ahead of everyone else. There's outside of algos, there's just a small population of people who are paying attention to SPY on the 1 minute time frame every single day. Just a handful of people. Just imagine. So the longer you do it, you start building a sense. And you can't put that sense into an indicator. You can call it gut, you can call it You just know, you're so familiar with how price moves, but you can't measure it. It's almost like, again, if someone has the hot hand, how do you measure the hot hand? If we're using a basketball analogy, someone just draining threes. We know statistically, if the person shoots 1,000 shots, they'll make 45 to 65%, high end 65%, maybe 60%. But for this stretch, for whatever the reason is, hot hand. Maybe there's something they're seeing in the coverage that they're exploiting on defense. Maybe there's a rotation they can take advantage of. Same thing with us. We're going to gravitate towards our mean, our usual setups every day. But there's stretches where the market provides outsized opportunities, and if we have the hot hand at that particular time, it's just a perfect collision. You're firing on all cylinders. You have the hot hand. Market presents you with a beautiful movement. It's almost like when volatility and hot hand clash. That's when you have the week changing, month changing, quarter changing, sometimes year changing trades. But 75 to 85% of it is just operating within your statistical averages. Managing the risk, taking profits here. Paying attention to the environmental conditions. And there's no one that can tell you what's going to happen better than what you're seeing. No indicator can tell you what's going to happen better than what you're seeing. After you see what you're seeing, the indicator confirms, gives you an additional layer to support what you're seeing, to give you the confidence. You only knew who needed 100%. Yeah, that was yesterday, right? 100%. Right, so you know, and you'll start building that. I mean, I've been paying attention to SPY's price action, 1 minute time frame, over 4 years. I highly doubt there's another individual. It could be, for that span of time, minute by minute, who's seen more candles than I did. So now you're in a all those years, and documenting, paying attention. Gives you a significant advantage. All right, that's why it's so important to focus on one ticker. If you focus on one ticker, you can know that ticker like the back of your hand. Okay, so that's what we do. SPY. Right, one ticker. Pick your ticker. Pick your 2-3 tickers maximum that you can count on every single day. If a car driver, after years of driving, especially with one city, you know you need to speedometer anymore. Exactly. Quality of the lanes. You know all the shortcuts. You know what streets you shouldn't go down at certain times. You know if there's traffic jam, you don't have to use a GPS. You know your way. quality of lanes. It can also be extrapolated to your statement that once you know the rules, you can break them 100%. I have to look up who Kelly Slater is. I'm not. That might be. I look it up. Surfer. American professional surfer. 11 straight times. Look at that. And it's also important to study people's mindset in different arenas who operate at a high level. You can draw a lot of parallels. You don't have to just study traders and traders and traders. There's parallels. It's all the same thing. Everyone's operating out of that same place, essentially. Why try to listen to a bunch of other surfers? Their skills, tune out all the noise, and get sync. A professional that is right next to you. No need to chase waterfalls until you master one yourself. This is your edge, 100%. And it takes time, right? It takes time. Should I bet your dream, alley of waltzing with the elegant ladies surrounded by glowing candles every night? Yeah, pros. Yeah, so study those different mindsets, and you might be really, really exceptional at something you do already. It's the same thing. You can leverage all the information you have, all the skills you have in another arena, and bring it to trading. It's not some alien new endeavor that's never been tackled before. Right, the between the ear stuff is the between the ear stuff. %. Right, and the cool thing is, everyone has their niche. Right, their particular thing that they look for. No two people do it the exact same way. We're looking at the same exact thing. Right, so what I mean by that is, in this little sequence here, for example, this little sequence here, and this little sequence here, you can be long and short. There's a long and short opportunity in this little sequence. I mean, we can debate the quality of it, the setup, but in this little sequence, there is a long and a short opportunity. Someone can take advantage of the long opportunity. Someone can take advantage of the short opportunity. Oh, the volume. We have the volume indicator. It's a cool indicator. I still have to do the indicator video, breaking down all the indicators. I still have to do that. We'll probably do that in the boot camp as well, and then maybe record that portion and put it in the. So the indicator here, it kind of shows you both sides of the volume rather than showing you the traditional volume, right? The traditional volume either shows you a green bar or a yellow bar. This shows you the bar based on the buying selling pressure. And that indicator is buy sell volume totals for period. Buy sell volume totals for period. Yeah, it's a good, sometimes volume can be a little deceiving. You just see a bar, right? But that one gives you a little more insight. Nice bounce off that daily, weekly open. Absolutely, Reed. wrapping it up here. Taking it easy this week. Yeah, last week, that was a nice little bounce there. I mean, it's turned into a big bounce. Right. I think last week I grinded myself to the ground trading gold. I'm telling you, it's not easy. Even if you get a chance to just look at gold and take those mental trades, last week it was absolutely, it was insane. Especially if you're scalping it. Why VIX on the 5 minute to the 1 minute? Gives me the VIX gives me a better picture on the one. I can even use it on, so whenever you're using, whatever time frame you're using that time frame to give you a better picture. Because we all have to understand, the price on the hourly is the same price on the 1 minute. So I'm using that 5 minute sentiment from the VIX just to paint a better picture. But what I'm really paying attention to is the level, as the actual number. So even if the candles disappeared, right, that's okay, but I'm really paying attention to the actual number of the VIX. So it can be, the VIX can be on an hour. All right, but I'm really paying attention to the level. The 5 just paints a little better picture. I like it on the Heikin-Ashi, right, just to paint that better picture. But I'm really paying attention to what level it is. Let me read Taco's comment there. I missed it. Just like driving my car through NYC streets, I want to bring the same skill into trading. I'm navigating between candles with precision and control. Yeah, over time, it's a matter of time. Right, I don't have some sort of crazy IQ, or I'm not even some mathematical genius. Right, it's just time. Time and commitment, that's it. Refuse to quit. Refuse to quit. That's the only difference. And especially if you're really serious about trading, you're gonna get tested. The market's really gonna put the pressure on you and say, how serious are you? When you start losing, sometimes you lose. Sometimes you lose a lot. A lot is subjective, of course, but a lot is a lot. But it's just a question of how committed, how serious are you? I always use the analogy of we're willing to fork up $100,000 to go to an institution. Right. And get no transferable skill we can apply to the marketplace right away. Right. You go to university, college, spend $100,000. I was telling someone it's like a leap. It's like a leap trade. University is a leap trade. Think about it. You buy a leap contract that costs you $100K. You're sitting in that leap contract for 4 years. After 4 years, what is the return? Do you get back your initial investment 4 years later? Or do you get it back 8 years later? Or do you get it back 12 years later or 25 years later? Some people don't even recoup it anymore. Or it takes a lifetime to recoup it. Same thing with trading, right? Same thing. It's an endeavor. It's an investment. Once you get it, once you find your way, once you find your lane, nobody can take it away from you. Look at that trap. Nobody. That's Trump speaking. Let me go check. Look at that dump, guys. Let me go check. Give me 1 second. Wow. Wow, what just took place there? You guys see that? Oh my goodness. Just once in a while they just throw that out there. Yeah, I'm done. So I'm done. I don't see Trump speaking or anything. Any news hit anyone's wire? That's a huge drop, guys. That's a huge drop right there. And the VIX was a delayed spike on the VIX.
And
I think he's
I won't
speaking.
say anything about what happened with Alabama football this weekend.
Let's leave that up.
But you're not used to that, right? You're not used to that. But Tommy, Auburn won, is right. They did. So you're happy. Tommy's been a great senator. He's,
I'm not sure if this is live.
Fantastic.
Might be pre-recorded. What a drop there. Anyone? I don't see any news. I mean, CNBC, I mean, they're just out there in their own world. We just drop right there back below that weekly open. Looks like we fill that gap. Do we fill that gap? What's your gap looking like, Elion? If you're still there. Look at that, guys. Yeah, we fill that gap. Gap is filled. We're going back to quarterly open. VIX picking back up. So Trump is not even speaking. Do we get anything in the breaking news? Don't forget, we have a breaking news feed here, guys. Yeah, we already know that. It's old news. What a drop. And look at this. Let the games begin. Let the games begin. So we come into the BOG. We get into that BOG. This line right here, which is the bottom of the gap. We fill the gap from Monday. Yeah, this is just manipulation. So be careful, guys. If you're done, be done. VIX spiked above 20. It's coming back in. Did spend some time above 20. But now look. Back to the other side. As soon as you start trying to chase this, it just rips back the other side.
Since we had that time, I decided we were going to do the news. Let's show the market. We're at the lows of the day. The NASDAQ is down 350 points, 365. That's more than 1.5%. Dow's.
Okay, they said that at the lows of the day. At that very moment. Continue to push the downside. Just a dump there. Nasty dump. Pushing back the upside now. Yep, the gap is right here. Monday's gap. Right, Monday's gap. Right here. We just filmed Monday's gap. How do we do it? Again, the key levels, guys, there's no surprise why we respond to them in a certain way. We come all the way into that 664.71, drop below it, and then just dump and then pump. So basically, at 12:29, 12:30, we were just hanging out at 667.61. A minute later, 2 minutes later, 3 minutes later, we dropped to 664. $3 drop. 3 minutes later, we recover most of that drop, and it's almost like nothing happened. So there's definitely some manipulation here. 100%, yeah, manipulation. And now we're below that weekly open. And the frustrating thing is it speeds up and slows down. So by the time you see the action, it speeds up. You want to get involved, you get in, it slows down. Look at that wick. This wick right here. All right, this is a close to a $3 wick. The wick alone. The candle itself, right, that 5-minute candle, is $4, guys. All right, so that candle is the same size, or basically encapsulates everything that took place. We were trading in a 4.6 point range from the open till now, and then we get this one candle which encompasses a range very close to the range we've been trading the whole day. Right? It's like a mass liquidation. Okay? Buyers get stopped, sellers get stopped. We did get that initial bounce off that level, but there's nothing you can do with this. There's nothing you just get those drops. And sometimes it's unfortunate if you're involved. If you're not, it's a sigh of relief. But again, guys, you should be done. If you're done, great job. Again, tomorrow is Thursday. Thursday, the protocol is tomorrow is the last day, and then Friday, we just ramp down. So despite all how the week started, it's turning out to be a great week. It's turning out to be a great week. Any questions, guys? Any questions on YouTube? Appreciate the live today. Absolutely, Reed. And again, I welcome aboard. So is this your first day tuning in live? I know some of you can't attend every single day. Everyone is working. Most of you work full time. But if it is, that's what we do every day. And if you caught this right there, great job. Okay, cool. So trade of the day was probably this trade right here. We did see an opportunity off these lows. It took some time to unfold here, but I would say this was the cleanest opportunity if you were involved in that orb as well. Orb traders got compensated today, right? It maybe took a couple of attempts. Do a couple of attempts on the orb side. So let's take a look at it. Again, ripple. No catalyst. So we get that break. We get the waves start to wave. And then a nice little slide. That's actually a beautiful slide. So the break and hold. Entries there. Not much of a retest. The waves are there. This came close to a retest of the orb as well on top of that. So just imagine how many things are here. So orb traders would see the retest. VWAP traders would see the retest. 20 MA traders would see the retest. Price action traders will see the retest. Key level traders will see the retest. All right, so much participation in this territory. Right, and then we just continue to sell off. We're below VWAP. Look at this bounce. This is a insane bounce. And now we're back above. We're back above weekly open. Like nothing happened. So VIX did spike into 2012. See if you can drop back below 19. Everything fell off a cliff. Everything fell off a cliff. Okay. Gold continues to sell off. Gold is holding that 4,000 level. That's going to be critical. 4,000 level on gold is going to be critical. Between 4,000 and 3,940. About that 60-cent spread. All right, buyers have to step up and protect this. Just a macro level want to pay attention to. Gold is, if we get into that 39, 40 territory, gold will be down 10%. All right, so about an 8 to 10% pullback on gold opportunity there. Last time we were in this territory led to that massive consecutive all-time highs. Again, gold is well above those previous all-time highs coming into 2025. Dollar still trading below 100. 2-year 3.4, 10-year 3.9, close to 4. Bitcoin, right? Bitcoin is trying to get above 110. 105 is critical on Bitcoin. Pay attention to that. And of course, 100 psychological level is on watch as well. Crude is trying to get back above 60 psychological level on crude on watch. All the way up there. VIX, of course, 1920. That's where we're trading. Take a look at some of the names. Netflix continues to break down, fueled by earnings. In Palantir. See, Palantir can hold above 170. Can Palantir hold above 170? If it fails to hold above 170, all right, this thing can start to drop into this 160 territory, mid 160s. MSTR starting to break down. Tesla slided to the downside. AMD. If you like AMD, there's a structural area where it can retest. 222, 225 area. Pay attention to that. Apple made those all-time highs and it slided to the downside. Amazon trying to break after making that nice push. Nvidia, okay. Meta, nice retest on Meta off of this territory. Meta's pricey to trade. Microsoft retesting coming. Lilly starting to push the upside. Intel is down 4%. SoFi down 6%. Robinhood down 7%. Robinhood now is down. It's down more than 20. Down 21%. Down 21%. So Robinhood can get interesting in this territory. 116 to 120. Sorry about that one. Okay. Yeah, so Robinhood looking interesting here. Let it continue to dump. SoFi continue to come in. I like SoFi at 25. Rinse and repeat on SoFi. I'll wait for that. Intel coming back to 35. Walmart announced a partnership with OpenAI. Some sort of partnership there. Walmart is bouncing off of this territory here. See if it can continue. It's already broke out. So Walmart is already a goner. But see if we can pause in the action as it makes a run into ATH. You said DG? Yeah, DG. Yeah, DG ran DG. I gotta go take a look at DG on the. Where's the other chart? Here. Okay, good. This one. DG. So DG's pulling back slightly. Idea for the DG was below 100. If it can come back to 100, possible, but that might be asking for too much. It's currently testing that 9 and that 20. So DG, if that hammer can close, maybe above those highs. A break above today's highs going into tomorrow. If this hammer closes nicely and we respect that 9 EMA, maybe above 105 into 107, 108 territory, as this signifies a retest of that initial break. I'll drop down on the time frame so you can see it. All right, a little messy. All right, but you can see DG came into this territory, got back above 100, broke out, and now is retesting this territory. Retest balance. If it can come back into this 50 on the hourly, there might be an opportunity, or 50 on the 4 hour. If we go to the hourly, that might signify that 200 on the hourly. If it can come back and retest that. But if you're looking for the break, get above a certain level. Instead of that retest entry, see if you can get above 105. Hold above 105. Continue to climb to the upside in attempt of a potential another break. So this is basically fuel from the bigger break, coming back, retesting. This retest holds up. Sorry, rejection here previously. Bounce there. So bounce there. And so see if we have enough fuel to bounce, continue to push, get above 105 by tomorrow. I think DG would be good above 105, unless you want that retest, if you want to buy it off those lows. If you do, probably have to wait for it to come back and drop one more time. Maybe a nice little drop. That would be the retest entry into the break, and the break entry would just be hold above today's highs, the upside break going to tomorrow, especially if it's weekly. DG Might require a little something a little maybe further dated, but you can approach it how you want. But DG, I do see DG potentially going CIFR. Cipher mining. So this is a rare earth. So everything above the monthly is bullish. Daily, we're seeing some bearish activity on the weekly, and the daily, we fell below that 20. From a technical standpoint, we're at this previous all-time highs. So there might be something intraday, like within the weekly, within this week, potentially brewing off of those highs. So I do see that. It looks like it does a lot of things in the pre-market here. So when we turn off pre-market, post-market, it looks like there's a pre-market, post-market mover. This name. So between 1441 and 1551, I wouldn't mind taking a shot at this. It broke this critical area here. But let's see if it continues to sell off, show some signs of life, and potentially uses this 1451, 1551 territory as support, especially if the mining names catch another leg to the upside. Right, so it looks like they ran up. They're pulling back. Gold is pulling back. So see if gold can start picking up off those lows. So this kind of looks like the gold chart. This looks very similar to the gold chart. So you might want to pair this with gold. All right, so just take a mental picture of this chart right here. All right, mental picture real quick. And then now let's take a look at the gold chart. It's not going to be the exact same, but you can see when I had that drop, I had that drop. When gold made that push into ATH, that name also made a push into ATH. Right, so that level might be a great opportunity if you're playing the reclaim. Right, it's even coming to 15. It is at that 1541, 1550 territory. So so pair that with gold, there might be something there. Yeah, November gives it plenty of time. SPY, back to SPY. So again, SPY, once we made this massive drop on this candle, has not recovered that candle yet. It took it out to the downside, but has not taken out those highs. Institutional buying. What are we thinking here? Do we reclaim or do we reject? Reclaim or reject? Again, no horse in the race. Okay, it looks like we're reclaiming. VIX headed to the downside. Okay. Again, guys, make sure to like the video. Make sure to subscribe. If you're just joining us on YouTube, just took 2 trades today. Keeping it simple, keeping it clean. Single digit, double digit, but this turned out to be a monster opportunity. So rewind to 11 o'clock. From 11 o'clock to 11:30, that 30-minute stretch is a great way, right, on how to find a setup, be patient for that setup, try to get that entry. Not get filled, recalibrate, look for the second best entry, what the criteria is, and pull the trigger. So that's 30-minute stretch, right? Gives you a lot of insight on what it takes to execute. Okay, it takes you a lot of insight what it takes to execute and the kind of things you might face when you're executing a trade. Everything's not just always smooth sailing. It's not just buy calls and sell puts here and everything is dandy. Right, sometimes it can be a bumpy road. So go back and rewind to that particular point. I'll probably clip that out and post on the channel. But that was probably the best trade of the day. So on YouTube, make sure to like the video, make sure to subscribe, and make sure to join our Discord. Free Discord is available. We'll start building that chat there. Paid Discord also available, $50 a month. The best bang for your buck you're going to get in this industry, guys. Best bang for your buck, and the cool thing is the community we're building and cultivating. All right, let's highlight some people's performance. No pony in the race. So a lot of you got that drop to the downside. Good. So I'm ending the streams a little early because we usually we went a little further. But the nature of my children's school is they're in school for 3 weeks, 4 weeks, and they're 2 weeks off. So during that time, we're going to end the stream at 1 o'clock. And the days are at school, we can go to 3, 4 o'clock, unless we have FOMC. FOMC, we always have to go all day. Great job, Carlos, 20%. Oh, did I take off the rocket? Oh, I took off all the emojis. 20% for Carlos. Let us know how you did, guys. How do you feel? So volatility has left the chat. Volatility has left the building. 1,000%, 1,000% gain would be nice. Good. Yep, 100%. Did close that gap. Good job, Joe. I think you extracted 16 there. Yeah, 20 actually, so I'm mistaken. Great job, Taco. 600. 3 trades, 1 red, 2 green. Good. 6% TJX. Beautiful job. Is there a certain list of stocks you're paying attention to trade wins, or is it based on your scanner? Or just going down your list? 65, look at that, 65%. How'd I miss that? 65% for Elion. That might be the biggest. Is that the biggest return of the day, guys? 65%? You might have done it today, Elion. 65. Oh, 75%. I think Fido got 75. 85%. Wow, monster gains. All right, so top 5. So I'm nowhere near the top 5 today. I'm 12%. And it's cool, guys. You know, everyone is just absolutely crushing it. And managing risk as well. So if you're wrong, just be quick to be wrong. If you're going to learn anything, if you hang out with us for long enough, if you're in the community for long enough, your risk management is going to go to the next level. The setups will be there, the percentages will be there, but the risk management, right? You're going to be annoyed of me preaching risk management over and over and over again. All right, absolutely trade wins, 65. All right, look at that. So multiple people above 50%. Right, so if you're in the single digits, again, don't try to go top that. That was the opportunity that was there. They took advantage. Right, but we have to celebrate everyone's wins. The 1%, 7%, the 2%, even the stop outs. All right, everyone has their time to shine. Everyone has their time. And you should always be encouraged. You should always be motivated to say, hey, not that could be me. it's going to be me. And the only way it's going to be you, managing that risk, just making yourself available for the opportunity. That's it. Just give yourself an opportunity. That's it. Most of trading is just getting out of your own way. At least that's what it is for me. We have the setups, we have the game plan, we have the levels, and now just getting out of your own way. Don't step on your own feet. There was a stretch a few weeks ago or a few months ago, like a 2-3 day stretch where I was just getting my own way. And it's very frustrating. And you deal with it sometimes. There's always something you're going to be dealing with. You're just stepping on your own feet. Maybe you're hesitating for just overly hesitating. So those small things make a tremendous difference. So if you can get out of your own way, be present for opportunities, manage the risk, know where to allocate the risk and manage the risk, and properly extract profits. That's the winning recipe. These setups, the levels, they're just the tools. Right? It's like if you give someone an oven, you give someone a baking tray, you give someone everything they need to make a cake. Okay, you give them everything they need: flour, egg, okay, baking powder, whatever kind of cake you're gonna make, sugar. You have all the tools you need to make the cake. But you can't just combine all those ingredients and just throw it in the oven. It's not going to make a cake. Matter of fact, the more precise you are and how much of what you put in will determine how good the cake is. So one thing is having the tools, one thing is having the ingredients, and the next thing is precisely having the right amount and putting it in the oven for the right amount of time. So it comes down to it's a fine line, right? So it's almost like, okay, first when you're a trader, you're just getting an oven, right? Yeah, you need an oven to make a cake. Then you're getting all the tools, the baking sheet, the baking pan, the thing just to stir the mix. That's a broker, platform. And then now you need the recipe. That's your setups. Now you need to put everything together. Or the ingredients, you need to put everything together. That's all the between the ears. The execution. The entry, the exit. How you deal with losses. Make sure you're not overstaying your visit in the trade. You're not burning the cake. You can't leave the cake in the oven for 3 hours. At the same time, you can't leave it in the oven for 1 minute. Right? So baking your own cake. But it takes proper tools, proper ingredients, and you have to find the recipe. So sometimes you might overburn it. Sometimes you might undercook it. Sometimes you might have too much sugar. Sometimes there's not enough sugar. Sometimes it's too thick. Once you can bake a decent cake, all you need to do from that point on is rinse and repeat. Rinse, repeat, refine. Rinse, repeat, refine. Rinse, repeat, refine. Okay, same thing. I try from the moment we end the stream until I fall asleep, my computer 5 days a week. No life, 100%. But look at that. You get able to extract if you put in the work, it's a matter of time before the results. Sometimes the challenging thing is, since the results are a lagging indicator. You put in the work, no results. The results are like an EMA, that's lagging. Okay? So you're not going to see the results for a while. But if you consistently put in the work, eventually the lagging results will catch up. So the things you're getting today is probably the things you did 3 to 5 years ago. The results today are lagging from the work put in from 3 to 5 years ago. So even in trading, the things you did maybe last month, 2 months ago, 3 months ago, the things you've implemented, you might not see it right away, but when it catches up, it will all add up. So yeah, so sometimes it takes, to find those opportunities, it takes time. A lot of red today. Johnson & Johnson, Honeywell. That's the Dow you're looking at? That looks like the Dow, yep. Dow 30, yep. The downtrend seems powerful. If we see this action happen on April after the staying at tariffs, yeah, I think until November 1st, things are going to be on the edge, on edge. Today, you're already up there. Good, good, good. Took TP already. Good, good, good. So any questions, guys? If not, we're going to wrap it up here shortly. Any questions on Google Meets? Questions on YouTube? Again, folks on YouTube, make sure to like the video. Make sure to subscribe. If you're a first-time viewer, let us know where you're joining from. Long-time viewers, if you're ready to level up your trading, smartactrade.com. Go to the community tab. This is the offer. So when you do join, you get access to all these features. On top of that, you get to be around some awesome, awesome people from all different walks of life. So especially in this time of day, in this era, I would say, in this particular time, in this divisive era we're living in, the kind of community we're building is so awesome. Right? People from all walks of life coming together for one purpose. Sharing. Exchanging ideas. Wanting the other person to perform well. Right? You're not going to find a community like this. Our community is full of dedicated traders, high quality people, and you're going to, as soon as you join, the energy is going to rub off. All right? You're going to be part of a winning culture. All right? If we're a team, if I'm the coach of the team, all right, we have to have that winning culture. We have to be like the Patriots. All right? We have to have that winning culture, doing your job. The small things, risk, reward, that will lead us to victory by the end of the year, by the end of the quarter. It's the boring stuff. All right? So that's the kind of team you're going to be a part of. All right? And everything is about process, the boring stuff over again. And then the fun stuff you can enjoy. That's your fruits. We don't have to over-index on the fruits and then not show the process or not do the process. So let's focus on process. Okay? So thank you for tuning in on YouTube. Again, the crash course is available. Make sure to jump into that. If you want to learn those strategies, if you want to learn 3 A+ setups, Shockwave 15, go from 0 to market ready in 3 to 5 hours. It's going to be jam-packed. It's going to be awesome. I look forward to it. I look forward to seeing all the people that do join the course, that do learn, and where they take it from that point on. 6 months, 9 months, 12 months, 15 months, and this is truly a journey, guys. This is truly a journey. A lot of you have been on the journey from April to now. Some of you are joining the journey now, but we're here for the long run. We're just a small channel and in the corner of the trading universe. All right, we're just taking ground, one trader at a time, and we're not stopping. All right, we're not stopping. We're going to continue to do what we're going to do. And if you found value, make sure to like, subscribe. If you want to level up your trading, course is there. Community, got to be a part of it. That's also available. Folks joining the monthly, if you want to upgrade to yearly coaching call bundle, that's available as well. Okay. So thank you for tuning in, guys. That wraps up our episode for today. Hopefully you found value. Make sure to like, make sure to subscribe, and tomorrow 9:30 a.m., same thing, same time, same place, and hopefully the same result. Stay safe, and God bless each one of you.